Chapter 1. Piper. The next 10 minutes may be the most important minutes of my life. I know that sounds a tad dramatic, but trust me, I am not a dramatic person. I am usually the farthest thing from dramatic, but this interview is important. I've wanted to lead a team on a project for a while now, and I finally have a shot, if I don't mess it up. I smooth my hand down my tweed skirt one more time and pull my shoulders back before I tug open the large glass door. There are butterflies in my stomach swirling around like it's the Olympics in there, but as long as I can keep my nerves from showing on my face, I think I have a chance. I am highly qualified for this job after all. I just need to show them that. "Can I help you?" the secretary asks when I approach the desk. Her voice is as smooth as the satiny shirt she's wearing, and suddenly I feel underdressed. My shirt is cotton and buttoned down. Hers looks like roses were pressed into a liquid and then poured over her. Why couldn't I have gotten at least one fashion gene, one tiny little chromosome that would tell me what to wear when? "I'm Piper Montgomery. I'm here for the interview." My voice cracks just the slightest bit, but I know she hears it because one manicured brow arches on her blemish-free face. Oh, to have a blemish-free face. Okay, I don't really have blemishes. I have freckles, but they feel like a blemish sometimes, especially compared to the woman across from me whose alabaster skin could sell products. "Have a seat. They'll be right with you." She points to the sitting area, and I take a seat. Even the chairs are luxurious up here. I can't tell if they're real leather or a very good knockoff, but this is one of the most comfortable chairs I have ever sat in. And the carpet? It's that super cushy kind that feels like pillows beneath your feet. I glance down at my feet and cringe. My basic black flats were probably not the right choice, but I don't own heels. I suppose I could have asked Belle to borrow a pair, but I wanted to be confident, and comfort equals confidence in my book. I glance back at the receptionist. Should I have put my hair up in a tight bun like hers? I never wear it up, but what if that's the dress code up here? I can learn if I have to. After all, learning is what I do best. A buzzer sounds and the receptionist looks up at me. "You can go in now." She nods toward the door. "Thank you." I was expecting someone to come out and greet me, but I guess things work a little differently here. I push open the door and step inside. The 2 men and 1 woman sitting around the large conference table are intimidating, but I force my feet forward. The man in the middle motions to the chair at the opposite end of the table. Nothing like making the interviewee feel more like a specimen than a colleague. "You must be Piper." His voice isn't monotone exactly, but it is devoid of emotion. "Yes, sir." I perch on the edge of the chair because I'm afraid if I sit back, then my legs will bounce and show my nerves. Although I'm so far from them that I'm not sure they would notice. He picks up the paper in front of him, scans it, and then looks up at me. "Your resume is quite impressive." "Thank you. I enjoy programming, and I've worked hard to become very knowledgeable at it." "Yes, we can see that," the woman says, speaking up. Her lips press together, and I know the critique is coming next. "It's just that we've heard you're a little challenging to work with." I'm assuming she is referring to the fact that I have a habit of correcting people. It's not something I think about, and I definitely don't do it on purpose. It just comes out because my head is full of facts. But I know it annoys people. My roommates have told me this plenty of times. However, I'm not going to lie about it, so I try to spin it in a positive direction. "I'm working on my people skills. I've always been better with books and programs than people, but I believe in always striving for improvement." The three exchange glances, but I have a bad feeling this interview is over and my stomach sinks. The woman speaks again. I'm afraid we need someone who can be a leader out of the gate. However, if you work on your communication skills, then I think we will be able to promote you in the future. My throat constricts, but I manage to thank them and exit the room without embarrassing myself further. Alabaster Skin's secretary glances up at me as I dart through, and I'm almost sure there is a satisfied smirk on her face. Work on my communication skills? How exactly am I supposed to do that? As soon as the door closes behind me, and I'm sure I'm alone, I pull out my phone to call Ian. Even though we've only been dating a few months, his number is on speed dial in my cell. I'm pretty sure that's normal, though Ian is the first guy I've ever really dated, besides Eugene Frogbottom, the boy my mother forced me to attend prom with. Her reasoning was that if he'd summoned the courage to ask, I could at least say yes. Thankfully, Eugene wasn't much of a dancer, and we spent the night discussing theories of website coding, so it wasn't that bad, but I would have rather stayed home. The line rings in my ear, and Ian's recording picks up. My disappointment grows. This is the third time I've called him and gotten his recording. I tell myself he's probably just busy. Hey, Ian, it's me, I say after the beep. I didn't get the promotion. I'd told him about the promotion a few days ago. Well, I'd left him a message about the promotion because he hadn't picked up then either, but surely he'd at least listen to it. I consider asking him to call me back, but I've done that the last few times I've called, so I end the call and head back to my desk. Uh-oh, that doesn't look like a happy face, my friend and coworker Patrick says as I sigh and plop into the chair. It's not. I didn't get the promotion. What? He leans forward and his eyes widen. Why not? You're definitely the most qualified. Patrick is one of my favorite people in the office. Not only is he incredibly good at his job, but he is so positive and affirming, a skill I wish I had. They said I didn't have the people skills for it. How am I supposed to hone people skills? We are computer nerds. We spend more time coding software than talking to each other. And wouldn't I be leading a bunch of people like myself who also suffer from the same affliction? His lips fold in and his expression morphs into one I know well. He clearly does not agree. Not always, he says. Look, I know we're all into coding and geek speak, but some of us also do things outside of work, including talking to people. I fold my arms across my chest. I talk to people. He lifts an eyebrow at me and leans back in his chair. Your roommates don't count. Okay, he has a point. Other than him, my roommates, and a few other people in our department, I don't really speak to anyone. Well, there's also my boyfriend Ian. He and I talk, although we haven't actually spoken in nearly a week. What? This time the word is even louder, and Patrick leans forward so fast in his chair that I'm surprised he doesn't tumble right out of it. You haven't spoken to your boyfriend in a week? Is he out of town or something? He shakes his head. No, scratch that. Unless he has 0 cell service and no access to a landline, even that is not a reasonable excuse. I'm sure he's just busy. I turn to the computer screen in hopes of changing the subject. I don't want to think about Ian right now on top of the promotion rejection, and I definitely don't want to think about what the concerned expression on Patrick's face means. That's a lame excuse, Piper, and you know it, Patrick says, but thankfully he lets the subject drop after that. He's right, though. It is a lame excuse, and it reinforces the feeling I've been trying to ignore, that Ian is breaking up with me. Though there's only another half hour before my workday ends, I try to focus all my energy on the software program we've been building. Normally, I love the puzzle of putting code together, but today I can't focus on it. My eyes keep glancing over at the phone to see if Ian has responded yet. But there's nothing. No call, no text, not even an emoji reply, which takes all of about 5 seconds. When 5 o'clock hits, I power down the computer, determined to be more productive tomorrow, wave goodbye to Patrick, and head home. Everyone except Katie is home when I arrive. Hannah stands at the stove moving something around in a skillet. Charlie is at the table working on something, and Belle is at the counter cutting vegetables. She is the first one to notice me. "Hey, Piper." "Hi." I drop my keys on the end table by the door and then sink into a chair at the table near Charlie. Charlie glances up from her work. "What's wrong?" "I had my interview today for the promotion, but I didn't get it." "Oh, Piper, I'm so sorry," Hannah says, turning from the stove. "Thanks." I check my phone again, but there's still no response from Ian. "They said I need to work on my people skills, but I don't know how to do that." "Maybe we can help," Belle says. But before she can explain how, the front door opens and Katie steps through. "Oh, good, you're just in time," Hannah says. "Just in time for what?" Katie sets her bag on the floor and shuts the door behind her. "For dinner. We made your favorite," Belle says. "Oh, I can't stay for dinner. I have plans." "What plans?" Charlie folds her arms across her chest as she stares at Katie. She seems to have forgotten we were in the middle of a conversation. "Plans with Derek?" She grins and pulls a magic 8-ball out of her bag. "You guys, he showed up at my office today and apologized. Then he gave me this and made me use it to answer his questions. But check it out. He had it specially made so that it always says yes." She hands the 8-ball to Belle, who turns it over a few times, smiles, and then passes it to Hannah, who does the same. "I knew it." Hannah grins as she passes the ball to Charlie. "Didn't I tell you they'd get back together?" "Actually, I think my bet is closest," Charlie says. "Wait, you guys were betting on me?" Yeah." Belle rolls her eyes as if this answer should have been obvious. "So I'm assuming we don't need to buy more ice cream when we run out now?" Belle asks. I don't usually speak up when the other girls get on a tangent like this, but I'm frustrated by the promotion passover and confused that Ian still hasn't responded. "No, we do, because I might need it." "Why would you need it?" Katie asks. "You rarely eat ice cream." "She didn't get the promotion she wanted," Belle says. "There is that, but I'm also afraid that Ian is breaking up with me." I drop my gaze to the floor as 4 pairs of eyes laser in on me. I probably shouldn't have said anything. I know how my friends are. But I've been dealing with this alone for the last few days, and I can't take it anymore. I have limited experience when it comes to dating and no idea what to do in this situation, which is why I'm asking and hoping they don't go crazy about this like they seem to about everything else. I'm not leaving this up to a magic 8-ball like Katie did. "What do you mean you think he's going to break up with you?" Belle asks. "He's been so sweet. He sent you those secret admirer gifts before Christmas." "The ones you thought were for you?" Charlie interrupts with a laugh. Belle frowns at her and then quickly rubs the wrinkles out of her forehead. Though not obsessed with her looks, she believes frowning too much will create wrinkles, so she always rubs them out right after. "Regardless, it was sweet, and you guys have been spending so much time together since then." I think back to the red rose, the note, the little mirror, and the charm bracelet he gave me for Christmas. It was sweet, which was why I'd agreed to go out with him. and things had been going well. At least, I thought they were going well, until he started canceling meetups. Except that I haven't heard from him in days. He canceled our last date, and he's not answering my calls. He's not even responding to texts. I pull up our recent conversation on my phone and hand it to Belle. Belle scans the screen, and then her lips press together as she hands the phone to Katie. She obviously thinks it's something as well. I called and texted him today to tell him I didn't get the promotion since I knew he would understand how important it was, and yet nothing. Katie, ever the voice of reason, leans forward, her brown hair framing her face. "Piper," she says firmly as she passes the phone on, "you're reading too much into this. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation." "Yeah, maybe he's just taking some space to figure things out," Hannah offers sympathetically. She turns off the stove and comes closer to the table. "Or maybe he's working on some big paper. You know how you get when you're working on a project." "I do, but the only problem is that Ian hadn't mentioned working on a paper or a project, and I can't imagine that he wouldn't tell me." "Or," Belle grins widely and claps her hands together, "maybe he's planning a surprise for you. You never know with guys like Ian." She giggles, but it almost seems forced. Charlie scans the phone when it's passed to her and then looks up at me, an evil gleam in her eye. "If you want, I can go have a little chat with him. I'll teach him not to ghost you, Piper." I can't determine if Charlie is kidding or not, but I quickly shoot down that idea. "Thank you, Charlie, but I don't think that's necessary. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I need to know what's going on." "Okay," Charlie shrugs. "But if you change your mind, you know where to find me." "Well, I think you should just ask him." Hannah crosses to the freezer and pulls the ice cream out. Dinner seems to have been forgotten, but that's okay because I'm not that hungry at the moment. Belle shakes her head vehemently. "No, she can't. That's a huge red flag and will make her come off as clingy and needy." "It's not clingy to ask for clarity," Charlie says, as she grabs bowls from the cupboard and takes them to Hannah. "It is if she's already called and texted several times with no response," Belle says. There is a pause as we consider possible ideas. Then Belle's eyes light up. "I know. Why don't we become detectives and follow him?" "Yeah, that worked so well for you last time." Charlie rolls her eyes as she delivers the first bowl, and I know she's referencing the time back in December when Belle thought she witnessed a murder and hired a bodyguard to protect her. Of course, that bodyguard ended up being Jackson, whom she's dating now, so it all worked out. But it's still a crazy idea. "Okay, but I was working on my own then. We would be so much better as a team, and I've learned a lot since then." Katie scoffs and lifts an eyebrow at Belle. "Like what?" "Like..." Belle pauses and chews on her lip. It's clear she is thinking hard about how to answer this question. "Not jumping to conclusions, for one." "I'm sure the guy you pushed in the fountain appreciates that," Katie says with a chuckle. "And not being so obvious." "Like hiding under tables." Charlie puts a bowl in front of me. "Exactly. Come on, we could be like real-life Nancy Drews or the Hardy Boys. We could be the Hardy Girls." Her face scrunches for a moment. Was there ever a series about girl detectives? If not, we should write one. I would totally read that. "You're getting off track, Belle," Hannah says, bringing her bowl to the table and joining us. Belle waves her hand dismissively. "Well, it doesn't matter anyway. We'll be stealthy, cunning, and charming. No one will suspect a thing." I hesitate. "I don't know, Belle. That seems a bit like stalking." Belle rolls her eyes. "I'm not talking about stalking, just following him if we see him out and about." I'm pretty sure that's the definition of stalking, Hannah says. Well, does anyone else have a better idea? Belle folds her arms across her chest and fixes us each with a give me what you've got stare. Katie glances down at her watch. I don't, but I have to get going anyway. I still have a date with Derek tonight, but I'll help more later, Piper. You're not even going to eat the dinner Hannah made? Charlie asks. Katie shrugs. Sorry, but I didn't know he was going to come waltzing back into my life today, and he'll be leaving town soon for his acting thing. I have to take him up on his offer. Go ahead and go, Katie, I say. I'm sure Ian will reach out soon. I'm sure of no such thing, but I don't want to ruin Katie's happy day. Belle pouts. So we're not going to use my idea? I even had the perfect name. Operation Love Recon. Operation Love Recon? Charlie snorts, shaking her head but grinning nonetheless. You would come up with a name like that, Belle. Well, I think it's catchy, she defends, puffing out her chest with mock indignation. It would make a great hashtag, too. No hashtags, Katie mutters under her breath. The last thing we need is you posting about this and the cops showing up at our door. No one is going to post anything, I say. I'm going to find him and just ask him what's going on. Belle shakes her head, but I know this is the right decision for me. I check my phone one more time, just to make sure Ian hasn't responded. Nothing. I'm right to wait this out, aren't I? Chapter 2. Patrick. Dude, why don't you just ask her out already? John asks as we head out for the day. John is another programmer in our department, and the only one who knows how I feel about Piper. I can't ask her out. She has a boyfriend, remember? Though she stated they haven't spoken much lately, I remember when Piper came in all smiles around Christmas and set out the items that Ian had sent her as secret admirer gifts. Yeah, but you heard her. She hasn't heard from him in a week. I nod. That had been a shock to me and made my blood boil, but it wasn't my place to say anything. Piper was an amazing woman, and I couldn't believe this guy was practically ghosting her. So this is a perfect time for you to swoop in and lift her up. She's already down because of the promotion. Couple that with the boyfriend issues, and it's a recipe for encouragement from the right person. I can't do that. I shake my head. It wouldn't be right. Plus, I would be the rebound guy, and you know how those work out. John shrugs. All I'm saying is don't wait too long, or the opportunity might pass you by. Again. He is right about that, but Piper isn't like most women. In fact, Piper is like no woman I've ever met. She's the valedictorian and the girl next door rolled up into one adorable package, and I don't think she has a clue, which only makes her more attractive. I've dated my fair share of attractive women, but most of them knew they were attractive, and within weeks it began to show in ugly ways. One girl wouldn't let me take her out if I showed up, and she thought I looked better than she did. One girl was so obsessed with checking herself out that she would fake selfies just to see herself. But the worst one was my ex-wife, Karen. She kept her ugliness hidden until we were married. In fact, it only came out after we had Amelia, when people began commenting on how cute our daughter was instead of how cute she was. Karen decided she couldn't handle sharing the limelight and bailed on us. So for me, a girl who's attractive but doesn't know it or doesn't care is refreshing. I wave goodbye to John and head for the daycare that watches Amelia while I'm at work. Next year, she'll be starting kindergarten, and I am so not ready for that. The extra income when I can stop paying for daycare will be nice, but starting school means she's growing up, and I still see her as my baby girl. The parking lot is mostly empty, a reminder that I'm usually one of the last parents to pick up. I hate that I have to put her in daycare so long, but until I get a different job, it's the only option I have. Her head snaps up as soon as I step through the door, and she runs as fast as her little legs will take her until she reaches me. "Daddy, you're here!" "Hey, Em, did you miss me?" I swing her into my arms, and the weight of her surprises me again. She's getting heavy, and though I try to hit the gym on a regular basis, I know I won't be able to do this much longer. She rolls her eyes and shakes her head at me. "Of course I missed you, Daddy. I always miss you." Her words are innocent and said without any malice, but they prick my heart like tiny spears anyway. I know that even if Karen hadn't left us, I'd still have to work as much as I do, but I can't help but feel that knowing Amelia was with her mom instead of strangers would have been easier to take. Alas, it was not to be. And so I tuck her words away as a reminder to enjoy every single moment that I have with her. "I missed you too, Em. Do you have everything?" She nods, sending her golden bob of hair bouncing. This is the first year she's had short hair, and I didn't want her to cut it. I put her off for weeks and showed her Rapunzel to encourage her to keep her hair long. But she hated brushing it, and it would always get tangled. Finally, I agreed to let her cut it, not realizing she didn't mean just a few inches. No, the girl wanted it chin length, nearly a foot cut off. And I know I shouldn't care because it's not my hair, but she's my little girl, and cutting it felt like another sign that she was growing up too fast. And it made her appear older. Not by much, but enough that I still wonder where the time went. However, I have to admit the cut works for her, and she combs it more often, which eases the headache for both of us. I glance at her teacher to make sure there are no notes or papers that need to go home, and when she shakes her head, I nod and head back toward the car with Amelia. "We had so much fun today, Daddy. We got to play a game and read a new book. I really liked the book, but I wanted to read it myself, and I couldn't. Will they teach me to read in kindergarten?" I lift her into the car and adjust the straps on her car seat. "You know, I have a feeling they definitely will." "Oh, good, because I have so many books that I want to read. I want to read books about princesses and horses and fairies. Ooh, can we stop by the library, Daddy?" I'm tired and hungry, but when she looks at me with those big brown puppy dog eyes, I cannot say no. I check my watch. "We can do a quick stop, but no more than half an hour, okay?" "Okay." I shut her door and climb into the driver's seat. The library is only a few minutes away, which is good, because as we approach the entrance, I notice we've arrived only 10 minutes before closing time. At least that will make sure Amelia doesn't dawdle as she picks out her books. The librarian behind the counter looks up as we enter, and though she says nothing, I can see the sigh cross her face. "We'll be quick," I say for her benefit, as Amelia pulls me toward the children's section. "Em, they're closing in 10 minutes, so choose quickly." She nods and grabs a book off the shelf. Then she walks a little farther and grabs another. A few minutes later, she grins up at me and announces that she's done. I take her stack of books to the automatic checkout, scan them in, and then we're walking out the door with a minute to spare. I get her loaded up in the car again, but as I head home, all I can think about is Piper and John's advice. Is he right? Is this my chance to let Piper know how I feel? Chapter 3. Piper. I sigh and rub my tired eyes, the tiny print on my screen blurring together. Why is this so hard without Ian's help? It wasn't like he came up with the code. That was all me. and I've written code before, but this time it feels so much harder. Maybe another pastry will help me focus. Standing, I head back to the counter. "You need something else?" the woman behind the counter asks. She has short dark hair and piercings in her nose, lip, eyebrow, and ears. I find myself wondering if she enjoys pain or just couldn't decide which hole she wanted most. Either way, the name Sally on her badge just doesn't seem to fit. "I'll have a cheese Danish, please." "You got it. Anything to drink?" I shake my head. My coffee is almost gone, but I can generally only handle one a day, or I get super shaky and my stomach churns and burns. Sally nods and then warms up my Danish. A minute later, it's on a napkin in my palm, warm and comforting. If only it could be a lasting comfort. Returning to my table, I take my seat again and blow on my Danish as I look out the window. The cherry blossom trees are starting to bloom, and I take a moment to enjoy the beautiful pink color. It's a slow day on the street today, not many people moving to and fro. But suddenly, someone comes into view and my breath catches in my throat. I would know that tall, dark-haired figure anywhere. Blinking, I lean closer to the glass, watching intently to see what he does. Ian stops in front of the jewelry store across the street. He rubs his chin as he peers at the window display. Oh my gosh, is he shopping for an engagement ring? Is that why he hasn't been answering my calls? No, that doesn't make any sense. Not only have we only been dating a few months, but you don't ignore the woman you want to marry. But could he have been avoiding me because he wanted to surprise me? I am so not ready to get married. What would I even say if he proposed? I mean, I like him, but I'm not sure I'm in love with him. Not that I would really know since I've never been in love. But I don't think I feel about him the way Belle feels about Jackson or Katie feels about Derek. It's irrational, but I suddenly have the urge to follow him. I tell myself it's so I can finally pin him down and make him explain himself. But I know I probably won't confront him. Shoving the rest of my Danish in my mouth, I pack up my computer, put it back in the little drawstring bag, and throw it over my shoulder. I wait until Ian begins to move, and then I slip out of the coffee shop and follow him. My sunglasses, which I never leave home without thanks to my sensitive eyes, are the only disguise I have, so I stay on the far sidewalk as well. Ian appears to be in no hurry, nor does he seem to feel my eyes on him. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he's whistling. I've never heard him whistle. He's usually very serious, like me. He turns down a residential street that I know he doesn't live on, and my heart sinks. Is he cheating on me then? That would make much more sense as to why he hasn't returned my calls or texts. But though I'd considered the possibility, I hadn't really found it probable. Ian didn't seem like the type. He heads up the sidewalk of a small yellow home. Oh, the irony. I did a study once on the symbolic meanings of colors, and it is not lost on me that yellow generally symbolizes happiness. Yet whoever lives in this house may be participating in the destruction of mine. The door opens, but I'm too far away to see who's on the other side. Ian steps in, and the house swallows him. Now what do? I can't leave without at least trying to get a glimpse of who lives in this house, because if I do, I'll simply think about it all day. That's the biggest annoyance of an analytical mind. I can't just accept that something is. I have to know why. My questions used to annoy my parents, and probably my teachers too, but they made me the studious person I turned out to be, and they served me well in my career. Until now. Now I wish I could turn my brain off, accept that it's over, and salvage what little dignity I have left. But I can't. As I glance around the quiet neighborhood, I try to think of what the other girls would do. Belle is just ditzy enough that she might actually ring the doorbell and pretend to be a delivery person or something. Of course, that won't work for me because Ian would immediately recognize me. Charlie would probably ring the door and then push her way inside and threaten Ian until he told the truth. That won't really work for me either, as I am nowhere near as scary as Charlie, and Ian, though I'm not sure he works out much either, could probably beat me up. Hannah most likely wouldn't do anything, since she'd be too busy trying to diagnose his behavior. So that leaves Katie, and when I spot the giant tree, I know exactly what spontaneous Katie would do. The only question is, am I strong enough to do it? I approach the base of the tree and analyze it. The tree's trunk is large, but there are low branches that I could probably use as handholds along the way. It's been a long time since I've climbed a tree, so my biggest worry is if I still can. My second concern is what to do with my computer. Leaving it at the base makes more sense in case I fall out of the tree or something, which is definitely a possibility. But that also increases the risk of it being stolen. I calculate those odds to be higher than me falling, however, so I leave it strapped over my shoulder as I begin to climb. Though this tree has some nice knotholes, it does not have steps, like I'm fairly certain the last tree I climbed did. That's how long it's been. And so by the time I reach a branch big enough that I can sit down, my arms and legs are burning. This might be the most I have worked out in a while. Charlie would be so proud of me. Except for the spying part, I don't think she would approve. I orient myself so that I can see inside the windows of the cheerful yellow house, but I'm too far away to make anything out. Of course, if I'd known I was going to be on a spying mission, I would have packed binoculars, as that would have made this much easier. I suppose I could text the girls to see if one of them is close enough to bring me some binoculars, but what is the chance of that? It's more likely that by the time one of them could get binoculars and meet me here, that Ian will have moved on to some other location. Also, if I tell Belle that I'm spying on Ian, I'll never hear the end of it. Wait, what if Ian lives here? Is it possible that he lied to me about being single? Does he really have a wife and kids? Have I been some sort of side mistress? Not that we've done anything besides kiss. Once, and it wasn't great, but still. "Excuse me, can I help you up there?" The masculine voice startles me so much that I nearly fall from my perch. But thankfully, I grasp a nearby branch and stabilize myself just in time. I glance down to see a man peering up at me. But not just any man. It's one I know, though I've never seen him dressed like this. He lifts a muscular arm to wipe a bead of sweat from his forehead. Based on that, and his attire, it's safe to assume he's been running or walking, though my bet would be on running. He looks way too toned to be a walker. "No thanks," I respond, hoping my voice doesn't sound as tremulous as I feel. I turn my face away from him and pray that he hasn't recognized me. I pause. What would I be doing up in a tree besides spying? Looking for something? Proving that I could? Okay, that one is kind of true, but it's not what I go with. Nope, I go with the old standby. I'm just bird-watching. "Piper, is that you?" Oh, crap. I didn't think to disguise my voice. Not that I would have been very good at it anyway. "Hey, Patrick. I bet you never expected to find me here." "No, I didn't,
but I also don't buy that you're bird watching. That's usually done from the ground and not in the midst of the foliage. What exactly are you hoping to see?"
Drat, he's got me there. Thinking on my feet is not one of my strengths, which is why I say, "I thought there was a nest, and I was going to take a picture with my phone."
Uh-huh.
He is clearly not buying my baloney, and I don't blame him. It sounds fishy to my ears.
"How about you stop being a peeping Tom and come down here and tell me the truth?"
A peeping Tom? Are you kidding me? Do I look like some pervert trying to spy on a woman changing through her window? There's a reason they call them peeping Toms. And then it hits me that other than the gender, that might be exactly what this looks like to him. Never mind. Don't answer that. I'm not watching anyone undress. Probably only because I can't see in the windows of the yellow house, but that's another matter. I'm coming down right now. The trek down is much harder than the way up was, and I'm reminded of a time when I was little and I wanted to follow my daddy up on the roof. The building he was working on was a single story and had a flat roof, so he allowed me to sit up there while he replaced a few shingles. But when it came time to go down, I was paralyzed. I could not take the first step of putting my foot behind me and hoping it landed on a ladder rung. He finally had to come back up, pull me on to the first rung, and then guide my feet down with each step. It was the last time he let me climb the ladder. This time, I'm focusing on breathing and concentrating. But I guess I concentrate on breathing a little too hard, and I miss the last foothold and slide down the final few inches, scraping my palms. A tiny yelp escapes my mouth as I lose my balance. My last thought is that I should have left my computer on the ground after all, because I'm about to land on it and crush it. I wait for the cringe-worthy sound of electronics breaking, but I don't hear them. I don't feel the thud of the solid ground either. Instead, something strong grabs a hold of me. Something strong and yet malleable. Something apparently like the arms of my coworker.
"Whoa, are you okay?"
he asks as he helps me regain my balance. If I were Belle, maybe I could be coy and play it off like I meant for that to happen. But I'm not, and Patrick already knows me well enough that he'd know if I was lying. So instead, I feel a searing heat climb up my neck and onto my face, and I drop my eyes to the ground. "I'm fine, thank you."
"Let me see your hands."
He holds out his own to take mine. I turn them over, and he grabs them and examines them. There are tiny pinpricks of blood, but it's nothing major. However, what is major is the warm sensation I feel spreading up my arms from his touch. I pull my hands back. "I'm fine, really. Nothing a few Band-Aids won't cure."
"Good. Then you can tell me what you're really doing here."
He folds his arms across his chest, his broad and probably sculpted chest that I have never noticed before, I might add, and lifts an eyebrow at me. I push my glasses up my nose and lift my face to look at him. I could try another lie, but there's no reason to. I was following Ian. His forehead creases in confusion.
"Ian? Your boyfriend, Ian? Why are you following him?"
I sigh as I realize I'm going to have to explain my crazy behavior. I wasn't really following him, at least not at first. I was just sitting in the coffee shop working and he passed by. I look down to where my shoe is grinding a nice pattern in the dirt. I thought this was my chance to talk to him in person so I could find out why he's been ignoring me, but he went inside that house. I point to the chipper yellow house. So I climbed the tree to get a better look, which I know sounds crazy, but I promise it wasn't. At least, not at first. What are you doing here? He looks down at his attire and then lifts an eyebrow as he meets my gaze again.
I was going for a run.
I didn't even know you ran.
Yeah, well, there's a lot about me that you don't know. So you climbed a tree to do what? Prove to yourself that he's cheating?
I don't know that he's cheating, I say, stressing the word no. I mean, he could be just visiting a friend or something. Patrick tilts his head as he looks at me.
Piper, you've been dating this guy for how long?
2 months? My voice is small, and I hate that he's seeing this side of me, this unconfident, insecure side. His expression softens.
I know you always want to see the best in people, but think logically for a minute. He hasn't spoken to you in a week. He just walked into some house you don't recognize. What do you think the odds are that Ian hasn't moved on?
I drop my eyes to the ground again and begin to dig that hole deeper with my toe. Not good. I haven't done the math or anything because there are no exact numbers, but statistically, it's much more likely that he's seen someone else.
So get out of here before he sees you. He's not worth it.
I bite my lip and nod. He's right, of course. If just asking him why he's avoiding me sounds clingy and desperate, stalking him is definitely worse.
Can I ask you one more question? Patrick continues. Why do you care so much about him? Why are you letting this guy you've only dated for 2 months define your worth?
I'm at a loss for words, and that rarely happens, but relationships are not my thing. I feel like a fish out of water, and I honestly have no idea what I'm doing or why. So I do the only thing that feels natural. I tell the truth. He's the first guy who's ever shown interest in me, and I don't want to lose that. I'm not sure what I was expecting from Patrick, but it is certainly not the expression of sad empathy on his chiseled features. Nor is it the words that escape his lips.
Piper, you are worth so much more than that.
Maybe, but I don't know how to talk to guys. I don't even know how to talk to coworkers, remember?
Then let me help you. Do you have a paper and pen?
He points to my shoulder bag.
Normally I'd give you a card, but I don't carry them when I run.
A card? I'm lost in this conversation, which is my excuse for asking ridiculous, incoherent questions. He chuckles and shakes his head.
A business card. My brother runs a therapy group that specializes in the areas of relationship and confidence. I think you might find it beneficial. I wanted to invite you to the group.
A confidence therapist? Is that even a real thing? Do I look like someone who needs confidence therapy? He looks up at the tree and shrugs.
Do you really want me to answer that?
No, I decide. I definitely do not. A confident woman would never have climbed a tree to see if the man who's been ghosting her for weeks was cheating. A confident woman would have cut ties already and moved on. Look, he continues, pulling me out of my mental diatribe.
I've been going for the last few years. It's really low-key and deals with all sorts of things around confidence. Self-esteem, public speaking, thinking out of the box, getting out of your rut, you name it. Dave also helps people with relationships, or, in your case, the lack thereof. You deserve more than this, more than spying on a guy who doesn't see your worth.
Something in his words or tone strikes me, but I don't exactly know why. And while I don't know if his brother can actually help me, I do struggle with almost all of those things. So I pull my cell phone out, pull up the note app, and hand it to him. Put the information there. I can't promise I'll use it, but at least I'll have it. The smile he gives me as he takes my phone could be on a billboard. Seriously, Patrick could be a model for a dentist. How have I never noticed this before? Teeth are one of my hang-ups. They don't have to be perfect, but I can't handle when they're all crooked or super yellow. It just makes me feel like the person doesn't take care of their mouth. And if they don't take care of their mouth, then what else might they not take care of?
That's all I'm asking,
he says, as he types something in and then hands the phone back to me.
So, I'll see you at the office?
Definitely. Though I wonder how the office atmosphere is going to feel now that Patrick has seen me in such an unflattering light. Will he hold it against me? You won't tell anyone about this, will you? He smiles and puts his earbuds in.
It will be our little secret.
And then he jogs away. I watch him for a minute before looking down at my phone again. Courageous steps. The first step is up to you, Patrick. There's a number, an address, and a website included as well. The only question is, am I brave enough to take the first step? Chapter 4. Patrick. I'm still thinking about my odd meeting with Piper when I enter Dave's office. I don't usually go to group meetings right after running, but Amelia's playdate was canceled today due to a sick kid, and I know that as soon as I get home, she is going to want to spend time with me. I didn't want to get her excited just to have to leave again. Thankfully, my friend Chris was able to watch her, and my brother's office has a bathroom with a shower, so I'll be able to clean up before attending the meeting and return home after.
Don't be late,
Dave hollers as I jog past his office door. He's a stickler for time, but I understand his position. He gets paid by the hour, and he wants to get the most benefit for his clients in that time. If people are late, it throws off the schedule. Of course, I'm not paying him, but he doesn't want his clients to think it's okay to be late.
I'll be quick,
I holler back, and disappear into the bathroom. The shower is short but effective, and I'm sitting down in the group 15 minutes later. 5 minutes after that, the rest of the group begins trickling in. They are a motley crew to be sure. The first one to enter is Glinda, who is in her late 60s and about as traditional as they come. She's always the first one, besides Dave and me, as she has a fear of being late that stems back to an abusive father. In her words, punctuality is equated with godliness, and if you're on time, then you're late. She is working on her confidence in new situations because she often shuts down when she doesn't know the people in the room. Another gift from her father.
Good morning, Glinda.
Dave gives her his therapist smile. I don't know how he does it, as we look a lot alike. But somehow, when he smiles, it exudes this feeling of care and concern, like you are all that matters to him in that moment. She smiles back, reminding me of our grandmother who unfortunately passed away a few years ago. Good morning, Mr. Stepp. Patrick. She nods at me, then takes her seat and folds her hands in her lap. Because we look so much alike, all the people in this group know that I'm Dave's brother. But thankfully, none of them have a problem with me being here. Ned enters next. His shaggy brown hair still covers his eyes, and his shirt looks like it came straight from the 70s. Ned is working on his self-esteem in pretty much every area. He's so shy around people that he can't even order food at a drive-thru. And though he wants to get married, talking to girls is out of the question. After returning Dave's greeting, he sits down next to Glinda. Bruce is next, and he is the antithesis of Ned. With his excessively muscled body and his gaping tank tops, his persona screams, "Look at me!" The only problem is that once people do, he overcompensates for his low self-esteem by being a complete jerk. He sits down next to Ned, and then the last group member arrives. Lauren is the youngest client. She's a high school senior who wants to gain confidence speaking in public. She's okay one-on-one, but definitely clams up when in front of a large audience. Her goal is to become a teacher one day, and though she knows kids are different, she's afraid she'll have a similar reaction in front of them, or even at the interview, keeping her from getting hired.
Okay, it looks like everyone is here, Dave says when they've all sat down. Let's chat about our week. Who wants to go first?
Bruce lifts his hand. He is almost always the first one to speak.
Someone told me I must work out to overcompensate this week, and I didn't say anything negative back. That's great, Bruce. What did you say?
He puffs out his chest.
I told them I didn't need to overcompensate and offered to challenge them to a lifting or measuring contest.
He grins at the rest of the group, and I shake my head softly. Lauren's and Glenda's faces are both red, and I can't gauge Ned's reaction because I can't see his eyes. Dave, in true therapist fashion, displays no emotion.
Well, that's definitely better than hitting him or responding unkindly, he says. But it still seems as if you're worried about what people like that think, and our goal is to get you beyond that.
Bruce's smile falters a little.
I guess I can see that. I should have just walked away, right? Or just said you had no need to overcompensate and end the conversation there. Challenging them to either contest is still trying to prove that you're better. Did you know this person?
Bruce shakes his head.
Will you ever see them again? I don't know. If they come into the gym, I guess. So then why do you care what they think? This person isn't a family member or a friend. You know you work out because you like how it makes you feel, and that's all that matters. Focus on the health aspects and leave it at that. That being said, he continues, seeing the dismay on Bruce's face. This is much better than how you would have handled it last week.
Bruce's smile returns and he pulls his shoulders back.
Yeah, it is. Last week I would have called them a rubber-necked pencil pusher.
Dave chuckles.
Definite improvement, then.
He turns his attention to the rest of the group.
Okay, who's next?
Glenda lifts her hand, which surprises me, as she's usually last. I attended a wedding last night.
That's great. Whose wedding was it?
Well, I don't rightly know. I was supposed to be attending my nephew's wedding, but I think I got the address confused because I didn't recognize anyone there. I thought maybe it was just because I hadn't been to many family events for a while, but when the ceremony started, I realized I didn't know the groom either. Her eyes are as wide as saucers when she lifts her face. I think I crashed a stranger's wedding. This time, I have to cover my mouth to keep from laughing. The idea of Glenda crashing a wedding is hilarious.
What did you do?
I managed to get out. I thought about leaving, but then I realized this was a good place to practice since I didn't know anyone and the food looked good, so I just stayed. You stayed? Lauren asks, her eyes wide. What did you say? I told them I was a friend of the family. No one even questioned me. It was just like you said, Dr. Stepp. If I acted confident, no one would second-guess me. Dave smiles at Glenda.
That's wonderful, Glenda. Did you stay the whole time?
Glenda drops her eyes to her lap. Well, no. I didn't know anyone there, and I'm not a very good dancer, so after dinner I slipped out.
I'm still really proud of you, Glenda. That's more than you could have done weeks ago.
She lifts her head and grins at Dave. I know, and it's all thanks to you. He shakes his head.
No, I just gave you the tools. You did the hard work. You guys are all doing the hard work.
He turns his attention to Ned and Lauren.
Did either of you have something to share this week?
Ned glances up, and for a second I can see his eyes, but then he drops his gaze again.
I had a busy week with work, so I didn't get out much, he says softly. That's okay. That kind of thing will happen. What about you, Lauren?
She shakes her head but doesn't offer an explanation. Dave goes over a few new techniques he wants us to try before the next meeting, and then ends the session.
"How are things for you?" he asks me when the others have gone. "Things are pretty good," I say,
grabbing a chair to help him stack them.
"There's a woman I'm interested in, but she just broke up with her boyfriend."
His eyes shoot to me and I hold up my hands, because I know that look and I don't need a lecture.
"I'm not planning on asking her out right away, but this guy did a number on her, and she just got turned down for a promotion at work. So I'm hoping there's something I can do to help her confidence. I gave her your information, but I'm not sure she'll actually come. Do you have any other suggestions on how I can help her?" "Words of encouragement are always good. Also, see if you can get her to try new things. A lot of times, a lack of confidence is simply fear of the unknown. If you can get her to overcome that, the rest becomes easier. Have you thought about taking her to your game night group?" "I actually hadn't thought about that, but she probably likes games, at least ones like Scrabble. I see her do the crossword puzzle every day, and it would be a good place for her to talk to people she doesn't know since it's so low-key."
We push the stacks to the side.
"I'll try that and see if I can get her to try other new things."
I'm still pondering his words as I enter the front door of my house later. As soon as the door opens, I hear the patter of footsteps and am accosted by Amelia throwing herself at my knees. "Daddy, you're home!"
"I am, Bug. Did you have fun with Chris?"
I ask, swinging her up into my arms. She nods and places her arms around my neck. "I did. We played dolls and hair salon and made cookies, but she said to save the nail painting part for you."
"Oh, she did she?"
By this time, I've reached the kitchen, and I lift a brow in question at Chris as she wraps up a plate of cookies. Chris has been my best friend since high school. Most of our peers thought we would end up together, but we always connected more on a sibling level than a lover's one. I'm infinitely glad for that now because Chris has been by my side for everything the last few years, and I don't think I would have made it through without her. She smiles and shrugs. "I think it's a prerequisite for fatherhood that you let your daughter paint your toes at least once." The thought is abhorrent to me, and not just because my daughter is 5 and can't color in the lines, but also because I know I'll forget the polish is there one day and show my bare feet at the most inopportune time. I know this because this is how my life goes.
"Thanks for that."
"How was the session?" she asks.
"It was good,"
I say, setting Amelia down. She scurries into the living room to get her nail salon in order. I wish I could tell her more, but confidentiality is important in groups, and Dave would kill me if I ever broke that rule.
"Can I ask you something, though?"
"Of course. What's up?" She pulls out a bar stool, sits, and gives me her full attention. This is another thing I like about Chris. She is always willing to lend an ear when you need one.
"How long do you think a guy should wait to ask a girl out after her previous relationship ends?"
Chris's eyebrow lifts. "There's a girl?" I sigh.
"Yeah, there is, but she'd been seeing someone until just recently. In fact, this morning on the way to group, I caught her up in a tree spying on the guy, and she told me he hasn't returned her texts or calls for over a week."
Chris looks at me as if I've just sprouted a third eyeball. "Well, maybe that's because he caught her spying. I don't think you should date a woman with stalker tendencies, period." I chuckle and shake my head as I try to picture Piper stalking anyone.
"Piper is not a stalker. She is normally the most down-to-earth, slightly nerdy girl-next-door type. But I guess this guy is the first one to have shown interest in her, and she's afraid no one will again. Plus, she just got passed over for a promotion at work, so her confidence is nearly non-existent right now."
"And you want to swoop in and save her?"
"I don't know if I'd put it like that, but yeah, I want to help her. Plus, I like her. I wanted to ask her out a few months ago, but I didn't have the guts, and when I finally built up the nerve, she was seeing this guy.
Well, I definitely think it's too soon to ask her out. Did you talk to Dave about it?
Of course I did. I gave her his card, too, but I don't know if she'll come. Dave said to just be a friend and get her to try new things.
Huh. Maybe I could be a therapist because that was going to be my suggestion too, Chris says with a smile. I roll my eyes.
Thanks a lot.
Daddy, are you ready? Amelia calls from the living room. Chris places a hand on my arm. And that's my cue. Good luck with the girl. Let me know how it goes. She nods her head toward the living room and my imminent torture. Now, go get your nails done.
Thanks a lot for that, too, I call after her.
You're welcome. The front door shuts, and I'm left alone with my daughter, her smile, and 3 bottles of nail polish.
Let me get a towel. There's no way I'm letting this stain the carpet.
Chapter 5. Piper. I'm not crazy. I'm really not, normally. But though I know Patrick is right and I should put Ian out of my mind, I find it much harder to actually do. The rational part of me knows he is either cheating on me or at the very least silently breaking up with me. But the emotional part keeps second-guessing that. What if it really is a friend? What if something happened this week in his family that he's dealing with, and he just hasn't had time to respond? It is for these reasons that I find myself exiting the neighborhood slowly. So slowly, in fact, that I hear a door open behind me. Ducking quickly behind another tree, I peek around and see Ian walking back toward town with some woman. A pretty blonde woman with shapely hips and designer clothes. So, not like me at all. This is obviously the new woman he's seen, but they aren't touching. They aren't holding hands. She doesn't have her arm linked through his, so it could be something innocent, right? Which is why I find myself following them. I stay far enough behind that if they do turn, Ian probably wouldn't immediately recognize me. And I make sure I stay close to one side so I can duck behind a building quickly if I have to. But I'm still following them. I'm not proud of myself, but I appease my unease with the rationalization that my emotional side needs this. It needs to see the cheating in action. It needs the confirmation so it can fully move on. They enter a small cafe, and I realize I'm stuck. I can't just walk in the front door because they would see me, and I can't very well wait outside either because I still might be seen, but more than that, I would draw attention to myself. Attention I definitely don't want. But perhaps there's a back entrance. Some restaurants have one by the kitchen, so it's easier to load and unload things. So I head for the back of the building. Sure enough, there is a door, but it's locked, which leaves me with 3 choices. I can go home and try to forget about all of this, though that is easier said than done sometimes, especially with my analytical mind. I can wait for someone to come out of the kitchen, though that would require either sneaking in quickly or coming up with some reason they should let me in, both of which have a high probability of failure. Or I could do option 3. Option 3 is ludicrous, and I can't even believe I'm considering it, but there is a small window above the dumpster. I imagine it leads into the bathroom, and if I can get in there, then maybe I can sneak into a table at the far back and hide behind a menu while I check out the scene. Though I'm having to estimate, I run through the calculations and decide that I'm probably thin enough that I can get through, if I can get it open from the outside. Glancing around quickly to make sure no one is watching my crazy behavior, I begin to climb the dumpster. It is harder than it looks because the only thing to use as a step up is the small piece of metal that the truck uses to lift the dumpster when it empties it. Once again, I marvel at how much stronger I am than I thought, though I am sweaty and worn out by the time I get to the top of the dumpster. Also, I wish I'd had gloves because my hands now have both a discoloration and a sticky substance that I can't identify. But that is beside the point. The window is old, but that works in my favor as I'm able to dig my fingers under the bottom enough to get it to lift up slightly. Realizing this could go quite badly if the window shuts on my fingers, I nevertheless continue to pull it open. When it's open as much as I think it will go, I pull my phone from my pocket so it doesn't catch as I'm trying to wiggle inside, place it gently between my lips, and hoist myself up. My arms are going to be killing me tomorrow, but at least Charlie will be proud of me, and I'll finally be able to put my mind at ease. With my head and shoulders inside the window, I glance around. It is indeed the bathroom, and thankfully it appears empty. I wiggle a little more and place my hands on the wall beneath me to help push, but suddenly I realize I've made a miscalculation. A giant miscalculation. One that I can only explain by my insane fixation on having to see Ian's cheating in person. I might have been able to fit through the window, but I've forgotten about the bag on my back, and my laptop has hit the outer side of the wall and pushed up instead of down so that I can't move any further. I also can't seem to move backward out of the window as my feet are now dangling in the air, and I feel as if I'm going to be cut in half from the windowsill digging into my stomach and the bottom of my laptop doing the same to my back. Oh, crud. Why couldn't I just let it go? I should have just accepted that Ian was through with me and moved on. But no, I needed proof, and now I'm stuck in the bathroom window of a small cafe, and someone is undoubtedly going to find me soon, and probably call the cops. Oh, double crud. All my dreams of owning a successful business or working high up in one go flying out the window. Oh, the irony, because who wants to work for or promote a convicted felon? Although, is this a felony? I guess it could be considered breaking and entering, though I had no intention of stealing anything. My phone vibrates in my mouth and I extract and then answer it, grateful that I can at least do this much. Hello? I keep my voice quiet because I have no idea if the people in the cafe can hear me, though I hope not, because that would mean they would hear all bathroom noises, and no one wants that while they eat. Piper, why are you whispering? Oh, thank heavens, it's Charlie. She will know what to do. Charlie, you've got to come help me. Help you with what? I just needed to know what you were planning for dinner so I can balance my macros. Dinner. Right. It's my night to make dinner for everyone. Of course, I haven't thought about dinner, and I won't be cooking anything if I can't get out of this window. Charlie, I'm stuck in a window, and I need you to come get me out. A window? At the apartment? How did you get stuck in a window? What were you doing? No, not at the apartment. I cringe. I can't believe I'm having to say this. I'm at the French cafe, stuck in their back window, and I need help getting down. Do I even want to know? She asks, her tone shifting from worry to resignation. It's the tone she usually uses with Belle, and I hate that she's using it with me. I'll tell you everything when you get here, but please hurry. I'd rather not be found by anyone else in this position. Charlie chuckles slightly. Probably something you should have thought about before getting yourself stuck in a window. Give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Can't you be any faster? In my head, I am quickly trying to calculate the odds of no one using the bathroom for another 10 minutes. It is a small cafe, so there are few patrons, but it's also lunchtime, and people generally wash their hands before eating. I'd say my odds are about 50-50 at this point. Not without the power of teleportation, Charlie says, so just hang tight. She laughs at her own joke, and then the line goes dead. I want to scream in frustration, but that really would draw attention to myself. Plus, Charlie is on her way, so the only thing I can do now is just pray that no one opens that door. I am not that lucky. Evidently, God has a sense of humor today because the door opens and a woman walks in. I immediately hold my breath and then realize that's a terrible idea because it will make more noise when I let the breath out and inhale again. I let it out as quietly as I can and try to remain still. By the grace of God, or maybe because the woman isn't expecting someone to be hanging in the window, she never looks up, and a few minutes later she returns to the cafe. By this time, my appendages are starting to go numb, so I am immensely relieved when I hear Charlie's voice. "Piper, what the heck were you thinking?" "Shh, not so loud," I hiss, hoping she can hear me and the rest of the restaurant can't. "Just help me get down. You're going to have to pull my feet." "Okay, give me a second." I hear some grunts and grumbles as she climbs the dumpster as well, and then I feel her hands on my feet. She tugs, gently at first, and then a little harder when she realizes I'm not moving. Finally, I feel myself budge, and I try to help her by wiggling as well, but the motion must throw her balance off because while I do pop out of the window, it is more from the force of Charlie holding on to me while she falls onto the closed dumpster lid, and I fall beside her. Thank goodness the lids were closed, but I am still going to have some gnarly bruises in the next few days. "This is seriously not how my day was supposed to go," Charlie says, as she slides off the dumpster and rubs at her hip where she landed. "You better start talking, and this story better be amazing." As we head toward the apartment, I regale her with the events of my morning. "Wait." She holds up her hand and stops in the middle of the sidewalk. "Are you telling me that I left work and fell on a dumpster because you needed proof Ian was cheating on you?" I had to be sure. The words sound ridiculous even to me, but they made so much sense earlier. The man ghosted you, went into some woman's house, and then took her into a cafe, and you had to be sure? What were you looking for? A kiss? A marriage proposal? Ian was my first boyfriend, Charlie. I don't know how to navigate relationships. Charlie's expression softens. Okay, I get that. Relationships are hard, and especially when you're new to them. My cell phone vibrates at that moment, and I pull it out to see a text from Ian. It's from Ian. Do you think he saw us? Only one way to find out. Charlie folds her arms across her chest and quirks an eyebrow, clearly waiting for me to read the text. I take a deep breath and press my lips together before tapping the phone. My eyes quickly scan it, and then suddenly the words are swimming. Charlie grabs the phone and reads it aloud. "Piper, it's been fun, but you're a little too structured for me. I've met someone who wants to try new things, which is what I want too. I wish you the best. Ian." Charlie shakes her head. What a jerk. Who breaks up with someone by text after ignoring them for days? I shrug and wipe my eyes. How am I supposed to know? Ian is the first guy I've really dated. Therefore, he's the first one to break up with me. I have literally zero experience in this area, and evidently, I'm terrible at it. Charlie hands my phone back and squeezes my shoulder. Hey, don't let Ian get to you. I know that's easier said than done, but maybe you should take that Patrick guy's advice and try that group meeting. It might be worth it if it helps with your confidence. Do you think I'm too structured? I try new things sometimes, right? Charlie chews on her bottom lip. Look, Piper, I love you the way you are, and I don't think you should change for any man, but you are kind of stuck in your ways. We had to drag you to the resort with us at Christmas because you just wanted to work, remember? But I did go. Yeah, you did, but if we'd let you, you would have stayed home to work and study. Wouldn't you? She's right. I would have rather stayed home. And even though I had fun, I wouldn't have gone if they hadn't made me. I think about the dates Ian and I had over the last 2 months and realize they were similar. He would make suggestions and I would turn them all down, suggesting something we'd done before, something I was comfortable doing. I hadn't really considered attending Patrick's group, but I'm reconsidering now. Do you think it could help me? Charlie shrugs. I think it's worth a try. Now, I gotta get in and shower and change clothes because I have to get back to work. But let me know if you need anything else. I nod. If only I knew what else I needed. Chapter 6. Patrick. I am a bundle of nerves as I drop Amelia off at preschool and head to work. This will be the first day I'll see Piper since finding her in the tree, and I have no idea how it is going to go. I'm hoping it's not going to be uncomfortable, but it is a weird situation. Thankfully, I beat her there and have time to compose myself before she enters. She looks just as beautiful as ever today, but I notice circles under her eyes. Is everything okay, Piper? I ask when she plops down at her desk. She sighs, lifting her bangs off her forehead with her breath. Not really. Ian officially broke up with me through a text. He said I'm too structured. A text? That's low. This guy. I've never met him, but I can't help feeling that he's pretty much scum. Her shoulders roll forward, giving her a dejected look. It is indeed. He sent it shortly after the tree incident. I considered your suggestion of attending your brother's group, but I don't think I can at the moment. However, I was thinking yesterday that maybe you could help me. I blink at her. Me? What do you mean? Well, he is your brother, correct? Maybe you could ask him what he'd do for someone in my situation, and then you could help me with it. I understand that you're not a therapist, but I know you, and right now that feels less vulnerable and more attainable than anything else. That's not really the way he works, I begin, but then I realize this is my opportunity. I can help Piper with both her confidence and her rigidity, and get closer to her along the way. But maybe he'll have some advice. I'll call him and ask. Thank you. I trust that your brother is a professional and his group is probably great, but I feel like I've suffered enough public humiliation. Does that make sense? I chuckle. Yeah, it does. Believe me, we've all been there at one time or another. Her forehead creases. Really? You don't seem like someone who has suffered public humiliation. You should have known me in high school. I suffered plenty of public humiliation, and though my ex-wife didn't exactly divorce me through text, it was pretty close, and just as humiliating. Her mouth falls open. You were married? I was, I say, wondering why she looks so shocked by that, other than the fact that I have never mentioned my ex-wife before. I have a 5-year-old daughter, Amelia. I had no idea.
Well, we don't talk about much other than work, but maybe that can change?
I can't keep the hope out of my voice. Perhaps. Piper pushes her glasses up and turns to her computer. We should probably get to work now, but let me know what your brother says. I let out a tiny sigh and shake my head as I turn to my computer. Piper is a hard nut to crack, but I'm determined to succeed. When lunch rolls around, it is not my brother, but Chris that I call, because I already know what Dave would say. I quickly fill Chris in on the situation and then ask, "Any ideas for what I should do?" You mean besides not pretending to play therapist? She asks.
Yes, besides that. Look, I'm doing what Dave said. I'm becoming friends with her and helping her to try new things. I just need some suggestions of what to do, and I'll find a way to avoid the friend zone.
On the other end, Chris sighs. For the record, I think this is a bad idea, and you should just be honest with her. But there is an event you could take her to tonight that might help.
Great. What is it?
I pick up my pen, ready to write down her fabulous idea. It's a speed dating event. The pen falls from my fingers.
What? Are you crazy? I don't want to take her to a place where she might meet another guy. I'm trying to help her realize I'm the guy.
I know. Look, it's perfect. It will give her the opportunity to talk to lots of guys. You said she wanted to work on self-esteem, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to push her into the arms of another man.
Don't worry. These speed dating events are generally disasters. So not only will she gain some confidence in talking to guys, but she'll also see how great you are in comparison to the men that show up to these things.
And what if this one isn't a disaster? What if some great guy like a tech billionaire shows up there and sweeps her off her feet?
Are you listening to yourself right now? Your job deals with numbers, right?
Yeah, so?
She sighs on the other end. So, according to the latest research, only 1% of people find their spouse through speed dating. 1%, Patrick. That's pretty small. Even though she can't see me, I roll my eyes at her sarcasm.
Okay, I get it. Although technically you said spouses, and I'm just talking about boyfriends. But I get your point. Give me the information on the event.
As she rattles off the details, I scribble them down, and then realize I need one more favor from her.
Hey, Chris.
Yes, I'll pick up Amelia, she says, reading my mind. But I want all the details tonight.
You got it, and thanks.
As soon as I hang up with Chris, I go in search of Piper. She is eating at a table by herself, her laptop open in front of her. It's pretty much how she spends every lunch break, but not today. I pull out a chair and grin at her.
How does your schedule look tonight?
She glances up at me. Tonight? Why?
There's a speed dating event tonight, and I have it on good authority that it would be great for your confidence in speaking to new people.
I don't like the idea of lying to her, even if it's just a little white lie, so I conveniently leave David's name out of it. Piper may not know Chris, but I do consider her a good authority on dating. Piper's eyes widen and she blinks at me. Speed dating? I don't know. That's not really my strength. I nod and give her an encouraging look.
Which is the point, right? Trying new things, gaining confidence and speaking to people. Look, it is going to push you out of your comfort zone, but it's a low-stress atmosphere, and I really think facing some of your fears head-on could help build your confidence. You might even discover qualities you're looking for in a partner.
Piper bites her lip and tilts her head, her eyes narrowing as she studies me. I'm not sure I like the way she's looking at me. It's almost like I can see her gears turning. I'll attend this speed dating event on one condition. I'm afraid to ask what the condition is, but I don't want Piper to say no. Okay, what's the condition? You have to participate too. I'm not the one suffering from low confidence or the inability to talk to people, I say with a smile. The truth is, I had already planned to participate. If the pool is as bad as Chris says, then I will look great when I land across from her. Yes, but you're single too. She holds out a finger as if making a list. Suddenly, her eyes widen. Wait, you are single, right? Then she clasps her hand over her mouth as her face turns bright red. I'm sorry, that came out so wrong. You said you were divorced, but I didn't know if there was someone else. It's okay, I say with a chuckle. I am still single. Okay, so if we're both single, then there's no reason I should suffer alone. I lift my eyebrows at her, surprised that's all she came up with. That's it? That's all you've got? That isn't a very convincing reason. Her face folds in dismay. I know, but it's all I can think of right now. I can come up with more by the end of the day. It's fine. I'll participate too. What have I got to lose, right? Besides, I think it will be fun. Chapter 7. Piper. I'm fairly certain that Patrick and I have very different definitions of fun, because this idea does not sound fun to me. I didn't even dress right for an event like this, though I'm not sure what the appropriate dress would be. But I'm pretty sure my slacks and button-down shirt that I wore to work are not it. And I should have applied at least another 3 layers of deodorant. I can already feel the area under my arms heating up. I have no doubt that I will be sporting giant underarm rings before the night is over. Hey, it's going to be okay, Patrick says, as we pull up in front of a building that I didn't even know existed. On the top is a lighted sign that reads, Queen of Spades. Easy for you to say. You don't have a problem speaking to strangers. No, but I'll be participating right along with you and sending you moral support. I roll my eyes. His moral support isn't doing anything for my dry throat or the knots forming in my stomach. Fine, let's go. The inside of the building is clearly a restaurant normally, but all the tables have been moved to form a line. A large man stands at a table near the door. Name? He asks, barely looking up. Piper Montgomery. The man nods, writes my name on the list, and hands me a name tag. And you? He looks at Patrick. Patrick rattles off his name, and the man hands him a name tag as well. Have a seat. We're just about to get started. You've got this, Patrick says to me as we sit down in the waiting area. Okay, everyone, if I can get your attention, we're going to get started. I look up to see a petite, ginger-haired woman standing in a chair near the bar, a microphone in her hands. Her hair is not quite as red as mine, but I feel a tiny bit of camaraderie all the same. For those of you who have never attended a speed dating event, let me go over a few rules. Women, you'll sit on the far side of the table closest to the door. Men, you'll pick any table to start with and sit across from a woman. A bell will go off and you'll have 5 minutes to chat with your partner and see if you might be a match. Be sure to mark on your paper yes or no. After 5 minutes, another bell will go off. Men, you will move to the next table and the round will begin again. At the end of the night, you will have met every eligible woman and vice versa. You'll bring your papers to me, and if you have checked yes to any numbers who also checked yes for you, I will give you both the contact information. Any questions? I look around as the woman scans the crowd, but no hand lifts. Evidently, everyone feels confident about this process. I wish I was. Wonderful. Then please grab a table and take a seat. Patrick and I both head towards the tables, but there's no table with both chairs open, and I watch him walk to a nearby table, my body feeling like someone took the last life preserver. I sit down across from a man with glasses and a bell sounds.
Hey there, I'm Matt.
He extends his hand. Hi, Matt. I'm Piper. I shake his hand and then just stare at him. What am I supposed to do next? An awkward beat passes and then Matt speaks again.
So, what do you do?
I'm a programmer. Why is this so hard for me? Matt seems like a genuinely nice person. How about you? He launches into a discussion about his job in finance, and I nod along, though I don't really think I hear much of what he says. My eyes shift to find Patrick, and when he catches me looking at him, he gives me a thumbs up and a smile. I try to smile back, but my face feels frozen. And then the bell rings. Across from me, Matt stands and smiles at me.
It was nice meeting you, Piper.
You too, I manage, but my attention is on the piece of paper. Matt was number 1, but do I check yes or no for him? He didn't seem awful, but I definitely didn't feel any fireworks. No, it is then. As soon as I turn the paper over, the next man sits across from me. This one is very thin, with glasses thicker than mine and a bad comb-over.
Brad's the name, engineering's my game,
he announces loudly. This is going to be a long 5 minutes. Hi, Brad. I'm Piper. I work in...
Yeah, I design parts for jet engines. Real complex stuff. You probably wouldn't understand it. But that's okay. I don't expect most people to get it.
He rambles, cutting me off. I badly want to turn over my paper and draw an emphatic no, but it would be rude, so I don't. Instead, I nod along and wait for a break in his spiel to ask him a question. But it's like Brad is a record on repeat. Finally, he takes a breath and I spit my question out. That all sounds amazing, but what do you like to do for fun? Brad blinks at me as if I've asked him to explain the theory of quantum physics instead of his hobbies.
Fun? I'm too busy with my important work to have much fun. However, if you're talking about hobbies, I do enjoy building model airplanes in my basement.
Of course he does. He then delves into a detailed description of his model airplane collection, and I sneak a glance at my watch, willing the minutes to go faster. How can 5 minutes feel so long? Finally, the bell rings and Brad stands.
Well, gotta run, Penelope, but here's my card. Give me a call if you want to see my airplane collection.
And then he winks at me. He couldn't even remember my name, but he winks at me? This is a disaster, but I take his card and force a smile. Sure, thanks, Brad. I'm tempted to call him the wrong name as well, but I have a feeling he would lecture me on that too. So I don't. I do, however, make his checkmark black and thick in the no column. The next man could be a picture for the word pretentious in the dictionary. His nose is lifted in the air, causing him to literally look down on people. I have no doubt this will be another disaster, but I try my best to sound upbeat. Hi, I'm Piper.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Nigel, and I am a scholar of philosophy.
My jaw clenches involuntarily. Oh boy, this is going to be painful. I didn't like philosophy when I had to take it in college. I enjoy intellectual conversation, but arguing over whether a table was still a table if it had no legs did not qualify in my book.
Of course, Kierkegaard's views on existential dread are a tad reductive, don't you think?
Nigel asks in a condescending tone. He lowers his nose slightly so that he can see me. I should just nod and keep my mouth closed, but I don't like the way this guy is acting. I know what he's talking about, but most people wouldn't, and it feels like he's bringing it up just to be a snob. Actually, I find his view much deeper than anxiety due to the expanse of freedom his view offers. Nigel blinks at me.
Yes, well, I'm sure that Socrates would not feel the same way.
I could argue with him, considering that Kierkegaard was a student of Socrates, but I don't. Instead, I let him prattle on and glance around for Patrick once again. When I catch his eye, I mouth the words, "Help me," but he simply smiles and shakes his head. This is pure torture. But thankfully, the bell rings again, and I wave goodbye to Nigel and add his name to the no category as well. Just a few more of these horrible dates, and then I can call this a night. The next man is a short, portly fellow with a bushy mustache. It's so thick that I can't help wondering if he ever loses food in it, and I have to force myself not to stare at it.
Hello, miss. Barnaby's the name.
He sticks out his hand and vigorously pumps mine when I accept the shake. Barnaby is definitely not my type, but he's a nice change from the stuck-up Nigel. Nice to meet you, Barnaby. I'm Piper.
So, tell me about you,
Barnaby says. But before I can even open my mouth, he blurts out,
I train racing pigeons.
Racing pigeons? Is that even a thing? His lips split into a wide grin and he slaps his thigh.
Is it a thing? I'll say it is. My prize pigeon Maribel can do 100 miles per hour. Easy. Of course, they don't race right away. It takes just the right training regimen. But I've been doing it for so long that I have that down. First, you have to give them the right food. I like to use... My attention wanders as Barnaby describes different breeds, feeding regimens, and racing strategies. Hey, want to see some pictures of my feathered friends?
Barnaby asks as he pulls out his phone. He keeps pictures of pigeons on his phone? I can hear Belle's voice in my head, spouting about all the red flags. But before I can politely decline, he begins swiping through numerous close-up shots of pigeons on his phone screen.
Aren't they just the most beautiful creatures?
He asks proudly, and I force a smile on my face. They sure are. The bell rings then, and I sigh in relief. Well, it was nice meeting you, Barnaby. Best of luck with the, pigeons. As he waddles away, I run a hand across my forehead and place another check mark in the no column. I don't know how Patrick's brother thought this was going to help me, but it's been a disaster so far. Thankfully, there are only a few people left. It can't possibly get much worse. I hear someone take the seat across from me, and I glance up, expecting another train wreck. However, this man has kind eyes and a warm smile, and he seems normal.
I'm Jack.
And just like that, my tongue is tied. Hi, I'm Piper. My eyes drop to the table and my hands fidget on my lap. So, I guess it's not all men I'm self-conscious around, only the ones I find handsome. That's just great.
Piper, that's a cool name. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but you seem like the most normal woman I've met tonight. So why are you here?
I chuckle slightly and lift my eyes. I was thinking the same thing about you. I'm here because I pause on the word. If I say therapist, suddenly I seem a lot less normal. And he's not really my therapist since I've not actually met him. So I decide a tiny fib won't matter that much. My friend Patrick thought I needed some practice talking to men to boost my confidence. What about you?
Jack sighs. I normally wouldn't unload this on a first date, but I just got out of a long relationship. My sister dragged me here thinking that dating someone new would help me forget my ex.
It's not always that easy, though, is it?
No, it definitely is not.
He smiles again, and the rest of our conversation seems to flow much easier. He tells me about the relationship he just got out of. 3 years, and then she decided she wanted to move to LA to be an actress. And I tell him about mine. I don't know if there are sparks flying, but it is nice to be able to talk to him without getting all tongue-tied. So I'm a little disappointed when the bell rings this time.
Well, this has been lovely, Piper, he says, standing up. Hope to see you around again soon.
You too, I say, and manage to keep eye contact.
So, how's it going?
Patrick asks as he slides into the seat across from me. I guess I hadn't realized he would end up at my table during the event. Oh, just dandy, I say. I've had 2 guys who were pretty hung up on themselves, one that builds model airplanes and one that races pigeons. How about you?
Pigeon racing? Is that a thing?
I chuckle slightly. That's exactly what I said, but believe me, it is. I've seen the pictures to prove it. Did you not get any interesting women? Patrick laughs and leans forward, lowering his voice.
No, I got some doozies. I got a woman who wants to have foot surgery so she can walk on her toes like Barbie, one who alphabetizes her nail polish collection, and one who brought a stuffed animal.
I grimace and shake my head. Why did your brother think this would help? It's like a meeting of the eccentric. For a second, his smile falters, but then he shrugs.
You are talking to the eccentrics, aren't you?
I suppose.
Then it looks like it's helping with your people confidence, if nothing else.
I guess that's true. It's also making me rethink dating at all. I mean, if this is what I have to look forward to, then I might just be better off alone. A weird expression crosses his face, but it's so brief that I don't have time to identify it.
Well, at least we have each other.
Yeah. I smile at him, feeling relaxed for the first time all night. Thanks for doing this with me. He returns the smile, and I notice again how handsome his features are. Wait, if I find Patrick handsome, why am I not tongue-tied around him? It has to be because we're just friends, right? But if we're just friends, why do I find myself wondering why his marriage didn't work out and what it would be like to kiss him?
Earth to Piper, you okay?
I blink to see him waving his hand in front of my face. What?
I asked if you wanted to get out of here. I'm afraid Barbie girl might try to come and find me again. I don't know if I can turn her down nicely.
I glance around, but everyone else is still conversing at the tables. Are we allowed to?
Patrick chuckles. It's not a prison. We can leave whenever we want. Besides, we can just tell them we matched if they ask.
He's said the words nonchalantly, but my heart speeds up at the thought. What is that about? It has to be this environment. It's doing funny things to my brain. Then yes, let's get out of here. The fresh air should fix my brain. I can't really be falling for my coworker. Can I? Chapter 8. Patrick. It's a few days later when I get up the nerve to ask Piper to do something with me again. She hasn't exactly been distant since the speed dating incident, but she hasn't been super chatty either. Still, I'm not going to get anywhere with her if I don't try.
Hey, Piper, do you like Scrabble?
She looks up at me with a cautious yet curious expression. I do. Why do you ask?
I host a game night once a month at my house with a few friends. We eat dinner, talk about life, and try to best each other. Tonight our game is Scrabble, and I thought it might be another good opportunity to practice talking with strangers. Work on those confidence skills for when the next promotion comes around." She nods.
I suppose it would be, but won't the other people be annoyed that I'm there?
"Are you kidding me? We love when new people join us. No one will be annoyed. Will you come? It's at my house tonight, and it's taco night."
She presses her lips together and takes a deep breath. I suppose for Scrabble I can try it once.
"For Scrabble, of course."
I figured the game would get her in the door, but I am determined that she'll like it so much that she'll want to come back every time we do it. I jot down my address for her and then try to focus on my remaining work. A nearly impossible task. When 5 o'clock rolls around that afternoon, I have to force myself not to bolt out of the building. Overeager is not a good look, but with Piper coming over, I have a ton to do. I pick up Amelia and then make a quick stop at the store for more food. "Didn't we already get food, Daddy?" Amelia asks as I throw more meat into the basket.
"We did, but a friend from work is coming tonight too, and I want to make sure we have plenty."
"Do I get to meet your friend?" she asks, bouncing up and down a little.
"Of course you do. We all eat dinner together, remember? But then you have to be good and take the other kids to your room to play so the adults can talk."
She nods sagely. "I know, Daddy." I grab some extra cheese, tortillas, tomatoes, and lettuce, and then we hit the checkout and head home. Amelia makes a beeline to her room to play for a bit, and I make a quick stop in my own room to change clothes and check my appearance before heading to the kitchen. We don't have a large house, but it's big enough for a 6-person dining table with room left over for 2 folding tables for the kids. There are also a few seats at the bar if necessary, and the floor plan is open enough that people who eat in the living room could still be a part of the conversation in the dining room if there were ever that many people there. It's not a perfect arrangement, but it works for now since the group is still relatively small. I pull out the vegetables and begin chopping them up and placing them in bowls. When that chore is finished, I turn to the meat and start it cooking on the stove. I'm no gourmet chef, but when Karen left and I had to start making meals for Amelia and me, I learned quickly to be a decent cook, and tacos is one of the things I do best. It's also easy. At 6:45, Travis and his wife show up. They are always the first to arrive, which is odd because they have 2 kids. I remember being constantly late when Amelia was little, and I only had her. But somehow, they arrive early every time. The 2 kids scamper off to find Amelia, and Travis pulls up a bar stool and begins telling me about his meetings today. He works at a law firm with some interesting clients, so I never mind hearing what's going on. But sometimes he gets a little long-winded. His wife, Brittany, grabs plates and begins setting the table without me even asking. She's a good woman, and she makes me miss being married. One day, I hope to find a partner like her. At 10 to 6, Robin and Gary arrive, and at 6:55, the food is ready. I told Piper 7, but she's almost always early, so I wonder if she chickened out after all. "Is Chris not coming?" Robin asks as she checks her watch. I shake my head. "She said she had a late meeting tonight, so she couldn't make it." Chris is normally my partner when we play games with teams, so I was relieved when she told me she couldn't make it so I could invite Piper. I didn't want Piper to be the odd man out. However, if she doesn't show up, then I guess I'll be filling that role.
"Shall we start then?"
Travis asks, taking his seat at the table. The man loves food, and this is his common question every week.
"Can we wait just a few minutes? I invited a friend from work, and I'm hoping she'll show up."
"She?" Robin asks, lifting an eyebrow. Are you sure she's just a friend? Gossip isn't the right word for Robin, but she loves to be in the know, and she's been trying to set me up with people for the last year. None of them have worked out. As great as Robin is, she doesn't seem to know what I like in a woman.
She is for now. Her last relationship ended a few days ago, and I'm not asking her to jump into another one that quickly. I am, however, trying to help her with her people skills and confidence. She's a bit analytical and introverted. My kind of woman, Gary says under his breath. He's the introvert in our group, and I'm fairly certain that the only reason he comes is because Robin won't let him stay home. The two of them are a prime example of opposites attracting. When 7 p.m. hits and Piper still hasn't shown, I swallow my disappointment and lead the prayer so everyone can start eating. I shouldn't feel bad. I knew her coming here was a long shot, but I was hoping she would give it a chance. I've just filled my taco when the doorbell rings. It surprises me so much that I jump, sending some meat flying out of my taco. No one rings the doorbell on game nights. They just come right in because they're used to it. Piper wouldn't be, so it has to be her. I hurry to the door, trying to contain my excitement and throw it open. Piper stands on my doorstep, looking beautiful and extremely nervous at the same time. She's still in the same clothes she wore to work, but that's not surprising. I've never seen her in anything else. Sorry I'm late, she says, frowning down at her phone. The GPS routed me to some strange street, and I had to figure out how to get here. I wince. Sorry, I sometimes forget it's a newer development. I should have explained it better. That's my fault. But the good news is that we just started, and there's plenty of food to go around. Come on in. The nervous energy radiating off her is nearly palpable as she steps into the house. I lead her over to the table and introduce her to the other couples. She smiles and says hi with each introduction, but I can tell she is out of her comfort zone. Here, grab a seat, I say, pointing to the chair next to me. I made sure and kept it open just in case she showed up, as I knew she would feel more comfortable sitting next to someone she knew. This looks infinitely better than what my roommates were cooking for dinner tonight, she says as she scans the table. Oh yeah? What were they cooking? She wrinkles her nose and shakes her head. I'm honestly not sure. My roommate Charlie is a personal trainer, and she's particular about balancing her macros. Tonight was her night, and whatever she was making was very green and very unappealing. I chuckle as I pick up my taco again. How many roommates do you have? Robin asks. I love that she's engaging Piper in the discussion. 4. We've been friends since high school, but we've only been living together a few years when we all returned from college. 4 roommates? Gary asks. That sounds like my idea of a nightmare. Robin glares at him and smacks his arm. What? You know I don't do a ton of people. Piper smiles. I get it. It's a busy house for sure. But they're my best friends, so I think it's a little easier. I do retire to my room often, though, when I need solitude. I, for one, think it's awesome that you have so many close friends, Robin says. It shows how loyal you are. She smiles at me and nods. It is a clear indication of her approval, but it's so obvious that I worry it will scare Piper away. Thank you, she says, and thank you for letting me come. Oh, we always love new people, Brittany says, chiming in. Besides, now we're balanced, and maybe we can play boys against girls. It's Scrabble night. Did Patrick tell you? Piper nods. He did, and I couldn't pass up a good game of Scrabble. None of my roommates will play it with me. Why not?
Travis asks as he reaches for the items to make his second taco. A soft pink color blooms on Piper's face, and she shifts her gaze to the table. I always win, she says softly. But in their defense, they didn't grow up playing like I did. Robin smiles and pulls back her shoulders. Well, now we definitely have to play boys against girls. They whooped us at Yahtzee last game night, so we could use a win tonight.
It will probably lean heavily in your favor with Piper on your side, I say, but we're not going to go easy on you.
I would expect nothing less, Robin says. She's also very competitive. Nearly as competitive as I am. The conversation shifts from the game to everyone's day and any struggles. Robin and Brittany make a point to include Piper in the conversation, which I am grateful for. Piper doesn't contribute much, but she does answer when asked a direct question, which I count as a win for her first time. When the food is gone, we clear the table, send the kids to Amelia's room, and pull out the Scrabble board. I can't wait to see if Piper is really as good as she says. Chapter 9. Piper. I did not expect to enjoy myself so much with people I don't know, but I have to admit that Patrick's friends are fun. And of course, playing Scrabble is always riveting for me. I lay down my Q and A on Patrick's T, spelling quat and earning a double word score.
Quat? Is that a real word? Travis asks. I don't think you can spell Q words without a U.
This one you can, I say with a smile. It's a type of shrub found in Africa. Travis shakes his head.
How do you even know that?
A lot of reading, and I was a huge Jeopardy fan. I glance over at the score and relish in the 100 points we have over the guys. Well, I'm certainly glad Patrick invited you tonight, Piper. Is this your first game night? Robin asks, as the play shifts to Gary, who stares at his board with a blank look. In a while, at least. My mother played with me growing up, and a few times she would insist that everyone in the family played. This is definitely more fun. Ha! I bet. Well, I hope you'll come back. The more the merrier, and we could always use a player with your expert knowledge. Thank you. I'll definitely consider it. And you should come to church with us. Last Sunday we had a guest pastor. He was a little older than our normal guy, and during an emphatic part of his sermon, his dentures flew out of his mouth. What? What did he do? I'm not calling Robin a liar. She seems genuine, but I cannot picture this happening. Robin smiles. He didn't miss a beat. Just asked someone on the front row to hand them back to him. Then he wiped them off, stuck them back in, and kept going. You're kidding.
She's not,
Gary says, pulling out his letters and laying down a U, A, C, and K to play quack on my cue. It's not a bad word, but it doesn't earn him much. Now, not every Sunday is that exciting, but it's definitely time well spent. She glances at Patrick and then leans over Gary to whisper, Get Patrick to take you, and I guarantee you'll enjoy yourself. I look back to Patrick, who rolls his eyes at Robin. I'm unsure why, but she clearly seems to be trying to push us together. Did he say something to her? Or am I giving off vibes? Even though I find Patrick handsome, I decided after the speed dating event that I'm not ready to jump into dating again yet. Maybe I will, I say. The play continues a few more rounds before Travis and Brittany's kids come stumbling into the room. Mommy, can we go home? The little girl asks, yawning and rubbing her eyes. I glance down at my watch, surprised to see it's nearly 10 p.m. I should be going too, I say. What? No, you can't leave, Robin says. We're 50 points from winning.
I think it's clear that we won't be able to rally back, Patrick says, looking at the single remaining letter in the box.
So you concede then? She asks.
This time, but there will be a rematch, he says with a smile.
Sure, whenever, as long as Piper comes too. She grins at me as she stands and stretches. I return her smile. Though it was a team effort, I did score the most points, and I can't help but be proud of that. As Travis and Brittany gather their kids, I help put the Scrabble game away. When I look up, Travis and Brittany are gone, and Robin and Gary are right behind them. Somehow, I'm the last to leave.
Thanks for coming tonight, Patrick says as I hand him the box. You did a fantastic job communicating with total strangers.
Thank you for inviting me, I say. It was a stimulating night. Perhaps that made it easier to communicate with them.
Or maybe you're just gaining confidence.
He pauses and chews on his lip.
Hey, if you're up for it, I'd love to take you to church with me. I don't know that it will be as entertaining as Robin claims, but I do think you would enjoy the sermon.
I stare at him, unsure of what to say because I'm unsure why he's asking. Is this another thing to help my confidence, or is this more like a personal ask? It feels almost like a date ask, but do people have church dates? I didn't think so, but I'm evidently terrible at dating, so it's entirely possible. I decide to leave my answer vague until I know for sure. I'll consider it. He smiles at me and nods.
Standing invitation for whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow?
Absolutely.
He walks me to the door and I wave goodbye before heading to my car. 20 minutes later, I walk in the front door of the apartment I share with my friends, surprised to still see some of them up. Well, not Belle. She's usually up late responding to comments on her social media. But Charlie is generally in bed by 10. She's a firm believer in the 8 hours of sleep rule. How was it? Belle asks in a teasing voice. It was fine. We played Scrabble and my team won. I set my keys down in the holder by the door and sit down on the couch. What are you still doing up, Charlie? She sighs, trying to figure out how to get along with my new boss. He's a bit of a nightmare. Charlie has worked at her gym for years now. We all figured that when the previous manager left, she would be the one promoted. But for some reason, they brought in some outside guy, and he's making a lot of changes. Though Charlie is better than I am when it comes to change, she's pretty diehard when it comes to how she does her job. Have you tried talking to him? Belle asks. Charlie glares at her. Of course I have tried talking to him, but it's like talking to a brick wall. She pauses, then shakes her head. No, it's worse than that. A brick wall would just ignore you, but this guy talks back and he's always so negative. Is there someone above him you can talk to? Perhaps someone at corporate? I offer. She shrugs. Maybe, but I don't want to go over his head yet. I think that would make him even grumpier. I just wish I knew what his problem was. Maybe you should have Hannah meet him. She might be able to figure something out. Hannah isn't a psychologist or anything, but she loves to try and diagnose people. Yeah, maybe. Charlie sighs and then pushes up from the couch. Well, anyway, I should get some sleep. See you guys tomorrow. I stand to. Charlie was a good buffer, but I'm not staying in the living room to be grilled by Belle, especially not with that rabid gleam in her eye. Belle means well, but I'm not ready to be pushed into another relationship, even with a great guy like Patrick. Chapter 10. Patrick. Dad, can we go now? You promised we'd go today. I glance up to see Amelia giving me her best puppy dog expression as she stares at me from the other side of my desk. Yeah, give me just a second. The annual carnival comes around once a year, and I promised Amelia that I would take her today, but I wanted to finish my work notes first. Piper and I have been working on a new software app this week, and I want to make sure I have everything on my end done. I'll go to the bathroom really quick, and then I'll be ready to go. Before I can even respond, she races out of my office and down the hall. With a sigh, I finish my train of thought and then shut the laptop. The rest of the notes can wait until later. As soon as I step out of the office, Amelia is there, bouncing on her toes. Are we ready now? The girl is so excited that she is practically vibrating. Yes, let's go. As I load Amelia into the car, I try not to think about Piper. Though we haven't gotten together since game night, we have been spending lunch together the last few days. Mainly, we've been discussing the project, but I feel like there's a connection there now that wasn't there before, and now I just have to figure out how to cultivate it. Let's go, Daddy, she says, breaking me out of my thoughts. I give her a smile and tap her nose, earning a giggle in return, and then I slide into the driver's seat and start the car. The carnival parking lot is packed, but not completely full, thankfully, and I manage to find a spot in the shade. I release Amelia from her car seat prison, but keep a firm hold on her hand. She has a tendency to dart away when things catch her eyes, and I don't want that happening today. The very first thing we come to are the games, and as expected, Amelia tugs on my hand and points toward one. Can we play that one, Daddy? I want to win a bear. You have enough stuffed animals, I say, picturing the multitude in her room. There are so many that I recently bought a few of those net hammocks and hung them in her room, hoping that would at least get them off her floor. It helped, but even with 2 nets full, her bed is still overflowing with them. I honestly don't know how the girl sleeps at night. I know, but I don't have a fair stuffed animal. Please, Daddy. She turns those puppy dog eyes on me again, and I sigh, as if a stuffed animal from the fair is any different from a regular stuffed animal. But I can't explain this to Amelia. I step up to the game, which is the old dart and balloon game. At least this one seems winnable, unlike some of the other carnival games. I fork over the $5, and the guy hands me 3 darts. Pop the lucky balloon and you get a stuffed animal of your choice, he says, grinning at Amelia. Hit the pink balloons, Daddy. I know the lucky one is behind a pink balloon, she says, as she tugs on my shirt. Pink balloons it is. I pull my arm back and aim, channeling my college days of dart games in the local pool hall, and then let the dart fly. It pops a balloon, but there doesn't seem to be anything special behind it. I shift my aim and hit another pink balloon, but on the 3rd dart, my arm shakes, and the dart hits the blue balloon below the pink one I was aiming for. Amelia frowns up at me. That wasn't a pink one, Daddy. No, but it was the lucky one, the man running the booth says, though I'm fairly certain he follows it with a wink at me. So which one do you want? Amelia taps her lips as she scans the offerings. That one, she says, pointing to a giant purple bear. Great choice. The man pulls the bear down and hands it to Amelia,
But before we get 10 feet from the booth, she shoves it in my arms and tugs me in a new direction. And now I understand why the games are the first thing you come across. It's so poor suckers like me can carry the prize all through the carnival and be free advertising.
It's an ice cream cart. Can we get one, Daddy?
Sure, Em. It's a good thing I had planned on blowing money today, because we haven't even gotten to the rides, and I know she'll want to do a few of those as well. The ice cream cart doesn't have a lot of flavors, but Amelia chooses a strawberry scoop on a cone, and I choose chocolate. A few minutes later, the vendor hands over a tower of pink. Amelia's little hands reach for it, grasping at the air, and as soon as I hand it to her, she shoves the scoop in her mouth. "Whoa there," I say, putting my hand over hers to slow her down. "You've got to take it easy or you'll get a brain freeze." Amelia mumbles something incoherently through the huge mouthful of ice cream crammed inside her cheeks, but she does seem to slow down. With a chuckle, I turn to pay the vendor, shuffling the purple bear to my left arm so I can dig for my wallet with my right. I hand over the money and take my ice cream, but we haven't gotten very far when the bear starts slipping in my arms. I try to adjust my grip, but when I do, I forget about the ice cream being in my other hand and shove it right into my shirt. The sudden cold makes me shout in surprise, and the bear tumbles to the ground anyway.
"Oh, no!"
Amelia cries dramatically as the ice cream falls off my shirt and plops on the ground, thankfully missing the bear. I glance down at the growing chocolate stain and sigh. "Aw, man, really?" Amelia bursts into giggles, pointing at my shirt.
"You made a mess."
I shake my head and laugh. At least I'm not planning on impressing anyone today. Well, I guess that's one way to start the day. Hold on to yours while I grab some napkins. I pick up the bear and we walk slowly toward another vendor where I grab some napkins, wiping at my shirt to clean it up the best I can. I get most of it off, but there's a nice brown stain that I'm going to have to sport for the rest of the time here. Thankfully, the giant bear in my arms does a decent job covering the stain. We find a place to sit so Amelia can finish her ice cream without making the same mistake I did. When she is finished, we head deeper into the carnival toward the rides. The ice cream on my shirt is quickly forgotten as we take in the sights and sounds around us. There are still a few game booths, as well as a man claiming he can guess your age, a strength meter, and a fortune teller. Screams of excitement and terror float in the air from the rides.
"Ooh, can we go in the funhouse first?"
Amelia asks, pointing to the colorful building to the right. "Sure thing." I let her lead the way, keeping a tight hold on the bear as she weaves us through the crowd of people. The first part of the funhouse is the crazy mirrors, and Amelia laughs as she grows tall and skinny, and then shrinks back down and stretches wide.
"We need mirrors like this in our house."
"I don't think they'd be very helpful," I say, chuckling as I think about trying to dress with a mirror that stretches me out.
"Maybe not, but it would be fun."
She smiles up at me and pulls me into the next room. My head immediately spins as I scan the room. It is a maze of mirrors, and they are so clean that it's hard to see which way to go. "Go slow, Amelia," I say, sticking my hand out in front of me. "Otherwise, you might bump into a mirror." Amelia nods and sticks her hands out too.
"There are so many of me. There's like 1,000,000.
"Good thing there's 1,000,000 of me too, then." We manage to make it through the room with only a few bumps into the mirrors, but as soon as we step into the next room, I find myself grabbing for the walls. I'm not sure if the floor is really tilting, but it sure feels like it. Amelia grabs my hand and we shuffle toward the other end,
But just as I'm about to step through, the floor does tilt, and I go stumbling out the exit, the bear blocking my vision and my other hand holding on to Amelia. I'm expecting to tumble to the ground, but instead I fall into something that yelps. Then I feel hands steadying me and hear a surprised voice. "Patrick, is that you?" When I regain my balance, I look up, and sure enough, Piper is standing there, a confused expression on her face.
"Hi, Piper. I didn't expect to see you here."
And then I remember the stain on my shirt. Seriously? So much for not trying to impress anyone. I move the bear nonchalantly to cover the stain.
"What are you doing here?"
She rolls her eyes. "My roommate Belle dragged me here. She wanted to blog about it." A pretty blonde next to her turns toward me. "Vlog, not blog. It's less writing and more video." Her eyes travel over me and one eyebrow lifts. "Who's your friend, Piper?" A soft pink colors Piper's cheeks. "Oh, sorry. Belle, this is Patrick. He's the one I work with who's helping me with my confidence and trying new things. Patrick, this is one of my roommates, Belle." Belle's smile widens and a teasing gleam appears in her eyes. "Oh, so you're the one who dragged her to a speed dating event and a game night. Nice job getting her to try something new. But when are you going to do it again?" "Belle," Piper hisses and shoots her a glare, but the other girl simply shrugs.
I'm not sure. We've been busy at work."
I glance to Piper to see if she has any input, but she just shrugs.
"Soon, I guess. Belle, this is my daughter Amelia."
Normally I'd extend a hand for a shake, but one is holding a giant bear, and Amelia is clinging to the other like it's a kite string on a windy day. "Hi, sweetie," Belle says, bending down to get at eye level with Amelia. "Are you having fun with your daddy?" Amelia nods and then looks to Piper. "Since Daddy is helping you try new things, do you want to go on some rides with us?" Piper looks at me with wide eyes and shakes her head. "No, that's okay. I don't do rides." "Then it seems like something you need to do," Amelia says sagely, and I press my lips together to keep from laughing. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. "Yeah, Piper, this would be a great time to try something new," Belle says. "I'm already delving into new territory by being here." She gives Belle a pointed stare, but Belle just smiles widely back. "Besides, I'm supposed to be assisting you, remember?" "Yeah, no offense, but you haven't been much help so far." Piper shoots another glare at Belle and then turns her eyes to me. Clearly, she is hoping that I'll give her a pass. Tell her it's fine. But I can't seem to do it. For one thing, I think Amelia is right, and it will be good for her. But I also find myself selfishly wanting to spend time with her.
"It could be fun," I say with a shrug.
"Yes!" Amelia looks up at me. "Can we go on the Ferris wheel first?"
"I need to get tickets first."
I glance around for the place to do that. "Oh, no worry. You can use my pass." Belle pulls a card out of her pocket and hands it over. Amelia is clearly impressed as her eyes grow wide and she reaches out to touch the card like it's Willy Wonka's golden ticket. "How do you get that?" Piper is less impressed. Belle is a social media influencer, so she got invited to review the carnival. It came with free rides and free food. "That is so cool." I can almost see the stars shining in Amelia's eyes. "I want to be a social media influencer when I get big. Can I?" Belle flashes a smile and leans close. "I'll tell you all about it someday, but you have to get through school first."
"Thank you,"
I mouth as Amelia's shoulders drop.
She's disappointed right now, but it will be long forgotten in 5 minutes when we're on the Ferris wheel. Okay then, let's go. The ride for the Ferris wheel is short, and thankfully it appears the cars are big enough to hold the 3 of us, which is good, because otherwise this would be really awkward. Next, the ride conductor motions us forward and we step up. He shakes his head as I sit in the chair with the bear on my lap. No room for the bear. You can leave it here and get it after the ride. I hand over the bear, forgetting all about the stain on my shirt, until Piper's eyes widen and she covers her mouth to keep from snickering. What happened? She asks. Ice cream mishap, I mutter, as the bar locks into place over our laps. I see, she says, biting back a smile. Daddy spilled his ice cream trying to save my bear, Amelia says, smiling up at me like I'm her hero. My annoyance dissipates as I realize the stain doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. And then an idea pops into my head. Hey, are you up for another new experience? I ask, as we wait for the ride to start. I thought this was the new experience. No, I mean after this. She shrugs. Probably not, but what are you thinking? I just remembered that next weekend is a Tough Mudder. I've already signed up, but it's not too late to register. It would be something new to try, and it will definitely get you out of your comfort zone. She blinks at me for a moment, clearly stunned. That's some sort of exercise course, right? I smile and nod. It is. The ride starts and Piper gasps and grabs the handle tightly. Her eyes are focused on her lap. I don't think I'd be good at that. I don't even like rides. In fact, I can't believe I'm on this. You're doing great, Miss Piper, Amelia says from between the 2 of us. And I bet you could do the exercise course too. Daddy always says you have to at least try. Right, Daddy? That's right, Em. I didn't plan this meetup with Piper, but it couldn't have been more perfect. If you take a deep breath and look around, Piper, I think you'll find that the view is pretty amazing. Yeah, it's so pretty up here, Amelia says from between us as the car nears the top of the wheel. Piper inhales and then looks out. Oh, it is pretty. See, sometimes stepping out of your comfort zone and trying new things has great rewards. So, how about that Tough Mudder next week? Piper looks at me and shakes her head, but there is a ghost of a smile on her face. I'll probably regret this, but okay. Okay, it's a deal. The word date almost slips out of my mouth, but I manage to catch it just in time. Being just friends for a time is harder than I thought it would be, but hopefully it will be worth it. Chapter 11. Piper. As I look around, I firmly believe I have lost my mind. I can't believe you talked me into this, I say, tugging on my shirt. I can't remember the last time I put on workout gear, and I feel exposed, even though I'm wearing leggings and a long-sleeve shirt. Very little of my skin is showing, but that does nothing to ease my self-consciousness. You said you were open to trying new things. This definitely qualifies, Patrick says, and flashes a smile at me. He looks completely at home in his long shorts and muscle shirt. It qualifies as insanity, I grumble. It should be Charlie here and not me. I don't even run when it's dry and flat. How am I supposed to run in the mud? We'll take it slow and easy. I want you to attempt every obstacle, but if you can't get through them, then you can bypass them. But you have to at least try. I can't believe you do this for fun. This is not my idea of fun at all. It's too early in the morning for one thing,
It's a little chilly, and the clouds overhead look like they could dump rain on us at any time. And it's going to be dirty. I'm not a diva like Belle, but this just seems illogical to me. Why would anyone voluntarily jump into a puddle of mud?
Patrick smiles at me and shakes his head. Just give it a chance, Piper. I think you'll have more fun than you think.
A man takes the stage to our right, and the crowd around us cheers.
You guys ready to get a little muddy?
The man yells into a microphone. For the first time, I notice the large black speakers set up near the race start. The crowd cheers again.
I figured you were. We'll get started in just a few minutes, but there are a few rules. First, how many of you have done a Tough Mudder before?
Another round of cheers erupts, and arms around me shoot into the air. It appears that 2/3 of this crowd is just as insane as Patrick.
All right, you guys know the drill then. Be sure to watch out for the newbies, give them a word of encouragement, and remember that no one gets left behind on this course. We all help each other.
What exactly are we supposed to be helping each other with? Isn't this just running in some mud? I probably should have researched what this entailed a little more, but I was afraid that if I did, I might chicken out.
Okay, this heat will start in 30 seconds. Let's start the countdown at 10.
If only the guy were talking about literal heat instead of just the group of people we are in. I should be thankful it's not raining, but the air is still chilly and my fingers already feel a little numb.
We picked a good time, Patrick says, looking around. This group looks smaller than last year, though there will probably still be crowding at the obstacles.
Wait, obstacles?
Don't worry, I'll be right by your side.
Around us, the people begin shouting the countdown. But even that barely drowns out the thundering of my heart in my chest. What exactly have I gotten myself into?
1!
The sound of a horn fills the air, and then we're moving. It's a slow walk at first, but soon the fastest people move to the front, and the group thins out some. Patrick and I remain near the back, but we begin jogging. Then suddenly there's a wall of people ahead of us, and I hear a strange sound. It's a sloshing sound, like stepping in a puddle, but thicker. And when the crowd moves forward, I realize why. There are giant mud pits in front of us. And by giant, I mean like 6 feet wide and at least 3 feet across. 3 of them, to be exact. And it appears that you jump into one and then climb up out of it, only to jump into the next one. I don't think I can do this. I'm a bookworm, not an athlete. How am I supposed to climb out?
I'll jump in first and climb up. Then you can use my hand if you can't get a good foothold. I'll pull you up.
Patrick says. I shake my head. How are we supposed to just jump in? We don't know what's down there. What if it's rocks and we break our ankles? Patrick looks at all the people around us jumping in and climbing out.
No one else is breaking anything, Piper. I promise it will be okay. Be brave and try new things, remember?
Before I can respond, he jumps into the mud pit, the mud enveloping him to his chest. Then he follows the others before him and begins to climb out. When he gets to the top of the mound, he throws one leg over each side and grins up at me.
Come on, Piper. I've got you.
My heart is pounding so hard now that I can feel it all the way down to my toes. There is no way I can jump in like he did, because even though he didn't get hurt, I am positive that I will. But I sit down on the mound and, after a deep breath, slide in. The mud goes up to my shoulders and splashes onto my face, and I can feel it seeping into my shoes. It's like water, only thicker and grittier.
That's the way, Patrick says,
as I slog my way over to him.
Now give me your hand.
He holds out his hand, which is coated with mud, but I have no idea how that's going to work, as my hand is covered too. I reach up and he grasps my hand, quickly bringing his other hand around to grab my arm. My shoes feel like they're on ice as I try to find a foothold, but somehow Patrick manages to get me up. Of course, as soon as I reach him, my foot slips again, and I tumble into his chest, the momentum sending both of us over the edge of the mound and down into the next pit. This time, due to the way we fall, the mud comes up to my chin, and for a moment, I think I'm going to get sucked under. Can you drown in mud? Before I have a chance to find out, I feel Patrick's arm around me, pushing me up.
Well, that wasn't quite the way I planned on entering, he says, chuckling. You okay?
Yeah, sorry. I told you I'm no good at this. I don't know if it's visible underneath the mud on my face, but I feel the heat of embarrassment climbing my neck.
You're doing great. You ready to tackle the next one?
I shake my head, but I watch as he climbs out in hopes of copying his motions. When he straddles the mound again and reaches his hand down, I grab it and follow his footsteps. Either this mound is easier, or I'm actually getting the hang of it as I scramble up this mound without falling.
One more. You ready?
He asks as we turn to face the last pit. I nod and we slide in together, and then we're up and out the other side. Though the mud feels heavy and slightly cold as we begin jogging again, I find myself smiling. Never in a million years would I have done something like this, yet here I am. The jog is longer this time before we hit another line of people. My heart drops when I see the obstacle. It's a 7-foot wall with ropes hanging down over the side. And as I watch, people are grabbing the ropes and rappelling up the wall. Well, some are. Others are sliding hopelessly back down, while still others are simply jumping, grabbing the top, and hauling themselves over. The wall is only about 10 feet in length, and there is nothing stopping people from just going around. I think I'm going to skip this one, I tell Patrick, knowing my arm strength is lacking.
No skipping. You have to at least attempt every obstacle. I'll go first and straddle the top just like I did at the mound.
No way, I say, shaking my head. It's too dangerous. Remember what happened at the first mound? If I pull you off the wall, there is no mud to catch you.
It will be fine. Trust me.
I barely know Patrick outside of work, but there is something in his confidence that makes me do just that. And I find myself nodding. Okay. When it's our turn, Patrick chooses the rope farthest to the end and easily scrambles up. His shirt is molded to his body from the mud, and I can see the muscles of his back and arms rippling. Again, I feel my neck heating up, but that is crazy. Patrick is my colleague, not a love interest, and even if I did happen to find him attractive, he is way out of my league. My way less muscled boyfriend broke up with me. Why would someone like Patrick want to date someone like me?
Your turn,
he says when he is situated at the top. I shake my head but grab the rope. I try to climb the way I watched him do it, but my hands slide down the rope and my feet get no grip on the wall. It's no use.
No, we're not giving up that easily.
He bites his bottom lip as he surveys the situation, but before he can say anything, I feel hands on my waist. I scream and bat at them, turning to see a giant bearded man smiling at me. The behemoth laughs.
You must be a newbie. I'm just helping.
And then I'm halfway up the wall. Patrick grabs a hold of my arms, and the behemoth moves his hands from my hips to my feet and pushes me the rest of the way up. I guess this is what the guy at the starting point meant when he said they help each other out. I'm still too shocked to say anything, but Patrick hollers a thank you to the guy, and then we turn to assess how to get down. On the other side of the wall is a cargo net, and Patrick helps me turn and get situated before climbing down beside me.
2 down,
he says with a smile when we reach the ground. And how many to go? He shakes his head.
I don't think you really want that answer. Come on.
He pulls me into a jog beside him, and now I can feel the mud sloshing between my toes. How do you ignore the feeling of mud in between your toes? I ask. He shrugs.
You just get used to it, I guess.
The next obstacle is monkey bars, and a feeling of dread fills me as we approach. I've never been able to do the monkey bars, not when I was younger and not now. There's no way I'm going to make it across with slippery mud coating my hands. Patrick, I can't do the monkey bars, I say, as we slow down at the end of the line.
Hey,
he grabs a hold of my shoulders.
All you have to do is try. It doesn't matter how far you make it. It just matters that you try.
My body is tingling under his touch, and I try to calm my racing heart. I cannot develop feelings for Patrick. While that is a novel idea, it actually is not very beneficial. If I know I can't make it across, what is the point in trying? He drops his hands from my shoulders and gives me a crooked smile.
Because you never know what you can do until you try. Maybe you won't make it across this time, but if you keep trying, then one day you will.
I shake my head. Have you always been such an optimist? His smile falters for just a second, and he takes a deep breath.
No, not always. When my wife first left me, I was pretty negative. And when she filed for divorce, I found it hard to find the positive in anything. But when I saw how my negativity was affecting Amelia, I knew I had to work on it. So I made a change.
I wish that was easier for me.
It takes practice, so let's start now. Tell yourself that even if you fall, you'll do better next time.
We step a little closer to the monkey bars, and my throat dries up. I'll do my best. The monkey bars aren't super high, but they are over a mud pit. And my fear resurfaces of breaking an ankle when I fall in. I watch the people in front of us. The guy makes it all the way across without falling, but the girl behind him falls on bar 3. I wait for the mud to swallow her up, but it only goes to her knees. That makes me feel a little better, but only a little.
Do you want me to go first or after you?
Patrick asks me when it's our turn. I want him to go first, but I am terrified that if he does, I won't have the guts. At least with him behind me, he can push me to try. I'll go first.
Okay, you're up then.
My shoulders lift with my breath, and then I'm grabbing the first bar. I manage to hang on to it, but before I can grasp the second bar, my hand slips and I fall into the mud. It sucks me into my knees. But thankfully, no rocks. I slog my way out of the pit and wait for Patrick to go. Of course, the man swings effortlessly across the monkey bars like a regular Tarzan and doesn't fall in the mud. But I can say that I feel a sense of pride. No, I didn't make it across, but I did try.
You survived,
Patrick says with a smile when he reaches the other side. Yeah, I guess I did.
Good, because the next one is hard in a different way.
Different how? I ask, but Patrick just shakes his head and begins jogging. Though the mud isn't deep here, I feel like I'm still slogging through it based on how much is coating my shoes and my legs. There is mud squishing in places where mud should not be, and I'm suddenly worried about what I'm going to do if I have to go to the bathroom. Pulling my clothes down to use the facilities will be hard enough, but how on earth will I get them back up? That leads my mind to wander down an even grosser path. What if people aren't bothering to fuss with the bathrooms and they're just relieving themselves in the mud? It's not like anyone would notice. My stomach churns at the thought, but before I can process it further, a large white container comes into view. "What is that?" I ask as we slow down at the end of the line. He turns and grins at me.
"That is the ice bath."
"The what?" I'm really starting to question Patrick's sanity as he looks excited to jump into a container filled with ice.
"The ice bath. That container is filled with ice and water. You have to climb in one side and make your way across to the other side."
I glance up at the darkening sky. It looks like it's about to rain. Are you sure jumping into ice water is smart?
"It might not be, but that's the obstacle, and it won't be the last time we get wet."
"I can't believe you got me to do this," I say, shaking my head. He looks at me for a second, and an expression I cannot decipher crosses his face.
"To be honest, neither can I, but you're doing great, and this will be no different."
I take a deep breath and nod. I may not believe it yet, but he's been right about everything else, so I'm going to trust him. When we reach the container, Patrick scrambles in first and then holds out a hand for me. I climb up the side, then take his hand and jump in. For a moment, I freeze as the icy water eats right through my clothes and to my bones. It's so cold. My teeth chatter with each word.
"It is, so let's move quickly."
He begins to pull me across, and I look down at his hand holding mine. There's nothing romantic in this situation, yet I can't stop the tingles shooting up my arm. And though I am freezing, my hand feels warm in his. When we reach the other end, Patrick puts his hands on my hips and lifts me up so I can grab the side. Though my hands are frozen, they somehow manage to grasp the rim of the container, and I practically fall over on the other side. Thankfully, the ground is soft and nothing breaks.
"Are you okay?"
he asks, landing beside me. Before I can say anything, his arms are around me and warmth is spreading through my body. "I'm okay, I think. That was just really cold."
"Yeah, but at least it got the mud off."
He offers me a crooked grin. I'd say that was a good thing, but we're probably just going to add it back, aren't we?
"Hey, we're almost halfway through. You've made it this far. I know you can go the rest of the way."
I wouldn't have believed it yesterday, but I believe Patrick now. He makes me feel as if I could do anything, and that thought both encourages me and terrifies me. Chapter 12. Patrick. Piper is a trooper the rest of the way through the obstacles. She struggles through many of them, but she never quits. However, when we reach the last obstacle, she stops. "There is no way I'll make it up that," she says, shaking her head. The last obstacle is called the happy ending, though for some it's anything but. It is a 30-foot warped wall that you have to run up, and then the other side slides down into a pool of water. The idea is that it cleans off most of the mud you've caked on throughout the run. Of course, this obstacle is the one that requires everyone to work together, as you can't run up the wall by yourself, so people have to form a human chain.
"Just watch for a second. I'll climb up there and grab that guy, and then you can grab my hands and I'll help you climb up. I promise I won't let you fall."
"I'm not worried about you letting go," she says, her eyes wide with fear. "I'm way more worried about someone above you letting go."
"Once you grab onto me, you're just crawling up everybody else. So as long as you hang on, you won't fall."
"I don't know." I place my arms on her shoulders.
"This is the last obstacle, Piper. You've got this, and I've got you."
My throat dries up as I realize what I've said, but thankfully she doesn't seem to catch it. This may be the most illogical thing I've ever done, but I trust you. I nod and take off running. My shoes slip as I run up the wall, but I'm able to grab the hands of the man hanging down. I was hoping I'd be able to put a hand out for Piper, but she's just going to have to grab my feet. Twisting as much as I can, I holler for her. The fear is visible in her face, but she takes off running, and there is a look of sheer determination as she runs up the wall, and then it is replaced by surprise when she grabs a hold of my shoe. "Now you have to climb, Piper." She nods and bites her bottom lip, but slowly I feel her hands on my calves, and then my hips. Then her hands are on my shoulders, and my body shivers with the realization that her body is pressed fully against mine. I am in so much trouble. Then I feel her feet on my shoulders, and I turn my head enough to watch her continue climbing up the other men. Thankfully, they all look solid and able to hold her weight. Only when I see her get to the top do I begin to make the climb myself, and a few minutes later, I'm sitting beside her at the top. Together, we help pull up the guys who were making our line, and then we look down to the pool at the bottom. "You ready for this?" I ask Piper. She smiles at me. "Only because of you." I grab her hand, and together we slide down. She lets go seconds before we hit the water to hold her nose, and then the water is washing over us. It doesn't get all the mud off, but it comes close. We swim over to the other side and climb out. "Well, what do you think?" Piper looks at me and chews on her bottom lip. "It makes no sense to me, but it was enjoyable." I chuckle and shake my head at her. "Not everything has to make sense, Piper." "Yes, I'm beginning to see that." "Oh my gosh, you two are so muddy. Can I get a picture?" I look up to see Belle hurrying toward us along with 3 other women I don't recognize. "Belle, what are you doing here?" Piper asks, voicing the very question that was circling my thoughts. "Charlie told us you were doing this today, and we all came out to cheer you on. I mean, we didn't get to see much from where we were sitting, but at least we were close to the finish line so we could see you when you crossed. Now, scoot closer together so I can get a picture. I can't believe you did this, and I need photographic proof." Piper and I step closer together, but the camaraderie we were just experiencing now feels a little strained. Belle takes the picture and then grins at us. "You two make a pretty cute couple." I glance over at Piper, whose face is turning pink. I'm annoyed that Belle embarrassed her, but curious if that blush means she's feeling the same way I am. "Hey, Piper, aren't you going to introduce us to your friend?" This comes from the most athletic-looking woman of the group. She has her hair pulled back in a ponytail, and her shoulders are broad and muscular. From Piper's description, I assume this is Charlie, and Piper quickly affirms my guess. "Oh, sorry. Patrick, this is Charlie, Hannah, and Katie. Girls, this is Patrick." "So you're the one who convinced our bookworm Piper here to get down and dirty?" The one I'm pretty sure Piper called Katie asks, eyebrows raised. I shrug and smile warmly at Piper. "I just encouraged her to push her limits. Piper's the one who did all the hard work." I bet." Katie gives Piper a knowing look. "Well, I'm super proud of you, girl," the woman I think is Hannah says, as she steps forward as if to hug Piper. She pauses as her eyes take in the mud, and she decides to pat a relatively clean part of her shoulder instead. "Yeah," Charlie agrees. "Who would have thought you'd turn out to be athletic?" Piper chuckles. "It was definitely a struggle at some points, but I'm glad I did it."
Well, it was nice to meet you all, but I'd really like to wash the rest of the mud off me before it dries. Do you want to come, Piper?
I look over at her, hoping she'll say yes. If you know of a way for me to get the rest of this mud off, then that is a definite yes. Are you guys okay with that? Of course, Belle says, waving her hand and flashing a conspiratorial wink. We just wanted to cheer you on. Go clean up and celebrate. We'll see you back home later. Sorry about them, Piper says as we head toward the wash stations. They mean well, but sometimes... She shrugs and lets the sentence trail off.
I get it. You met some of my friends, remember?
We reach the washing station and I pick up one of the hoses to begin washing my legs. I don't want the day to end, but I'm not sure how to extend it without it being a date. So, is there a celebration after this, or is the metal and the mud it? Piper asks as she hoses off her own legs.
Well, there's always a free beer in the tent and some music.
Piper's nose wrinkles. I don't think I would like beer.
Have you ever tried it?
She shakes her head, but the disgusted expression does not leave her face. No, but it's always looked like urine to me. I don't think I could drink it. I can't help but laugh at the mental picture that fills my head.
I get it. How about we grab some carbs instead?
She looks up at me. Like a victory lunch, right? I nod.
Absolutely. A well-earned victory lunch.
After washing off the best we can, we head for my truck. It made more sense to drive in one vehicle than two, and I'd been afraid she wouldn't show up if left to arrive on her own, so I'd picked her up this morning. She hesitates at the passenger door.
What is it?
I know we washed off, but I'm still muddy. I'll ruin your seats. A laugh bursts out before I can contain it.
I have a 5-year-old daughter, Piper. My seats were ruined long ago.
Even though I try to keep the truck clean, Amelia has managed to spill just about everything in the truck at least once. Cheerios? On a daily basis. Milk? At least once a week. Ketchup? Practically every time we hit McDonald's. Piper still looks pained and as if she doesn't believe me, though. Are you sure?
I'm positive, but if it makes you feel better, I have a couple of towels in the back seat. You can put one on your seat and one on the floorboard.
My floorboards are those rubberized mats, so whatever she gets on there, I'll be able to wash off easily. But I'm hoping the towel option will ease her anxiety. You carry towels in your truck?
Usually only paper towels, but I brought some real ones today just in case we needed them.
Before she can say anything else, I grab them from the back and throw one on her seat.
Floorboard too?
I ask, but after looking at the floorboard, she shakes her head. Just the seat will be fine. Though I don't really care about the seat, I throw the other towel on mine just for solidarity, and then we're off. We decide on a small cafe we spot on the way home. It's homey looking and doesn't seem to require a fancier dress. I'll be right back, Piper says after we're seated. She heads for the bathroom and I peruse the menu. Everything looks good at this point. I always eat before an event like this, but it was long, and the protein bars and bananas they give you along the way and at the end are never satisfying. Not like a giant sandwich loaded with goodies, or a burger smothered in cheese with fries on the side. Oh my gosh, I thought I washed all the mud off, but let me tell you, there is still more, Piper says as she slides into her seat. Why do you do this again?
Because it's fun.
I set the menu down and look at her.
Tell me you didn't have fun.
She shakes her head. I can't believe I have to agree with you, but I did have fun, in some weird, twisted, sadistic way. I smile and chuckle.
Yep, welcome to the world of working out. Endorphins are crazy.
I'm beginning to think I'm crazy, she mutters under her breath as she picks up the menu. My smile falters.
Why would you say that?
Because this isn't like me at all. I'm not athletic and muddy. I'm straight-laced and nerdy.
Why can't you be both?
She closes her mouth and simply stares at me for a second. I guess I never thought of that. I've always been placed in this mold.
You can be whoever you want to be, Piper. If you want to be straight-laced and nerdy, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to be adventurous and muddy sometimes, that's okay too. That guy...
Ian, she says, interrupting me.
Yeah, Ian. He was a jerk, but...
No, she interrupts me again. Ian is here.
Ian is here?
Immediately, I'm looking around the room, trying to pick out the man who treated Piper so poorly. No, don't look. He'll see you. As if fate is listening to her words, I see movement out of the corner of my eye. A moment later, a man with a mop of curly brown hair is standing next to our table. His patterned button-down shirt looks more like it belongs in the 70s, but his tan slacks are timeless.
Piper, is that you?
The man's eyebrows are high on his forehead. Hello, Ian.
Why do you look like that?
It's unclear whether it's just confusion or condescension in the man's voice, but I don't like the way he's talking to her, so I jump in.
Piper just completed a tough mutter, and I think she looks great.
His eyes shift to me.
And you are... Patrick Stepp. Piper and I work together.
I hold out my hand and he shakes it, though he looks like he'd rather be doing anything else. Then he turns his attention back to Piper.
You did a tough mutter?
Piper nods. I did. You said I was too boring. Patrick here has been teaching me how to try new things.
I believe the word I used was structured.
You're right. It was. Patrick is helping me be less structured. He looks back at me for a second before addressing Piper once more.
You'll try new things for him, but you wouldn't for me?
She blinks up at him. You never asked. Piper says the words so matter-of-factly that I have to mash my lips together to keep from laughing out loud. Besides, you found someone better suited to you, she continues. Remember? You sent me a text telling me all about it. Ian at least has the decency to look embarrassed.
Yeah, Shelley is great. In fact, I'm meeting up with her shortly. Well, it was nice to see you, and to meet you,
he says to me, almost like an afterthought, and then he walks away. Do you think I was too hard on him? Piper whispers when he is out of earshot. I stare at her, incredulous.
Are you kidding me? The man dumped you by text. You were definitely not too hard on him.
She smiles, though it is soft and kind of sad, and I can tell that she doesn't fully believe me. But Ian doesn't come up in conversation again. We order, have a nice lunch, and then I take her back to her apartment. So, what's next? She asks as I pull into a space.
I don't know yet. Is there anything you've wanted to do but have been too scared to try?
Piper thinks for a minute and then shakes her head.
Well, then I'll come up with something, and I'll let you know. How's that?
Sounds good. Thank you for today. It was different, but fun.
Yeah, it was.
I flash her a smile and then wave as she gets out of the car and heads into her apartment. My smile doesn't fade the whole drive home. Well, you look a little like the cat who ate the canary, Chris says when I step into the living room. Albeit a dirty one. Amelia looks up from the table and scrunches her nose at me. Ew, Daddy, why are you so dirty? I chuckle and move closer to ruffle her hair.
I'm dirty because Piper and I completed the tough mutter this morning. It's like a race. In the mud.
But you always tell me not to play in the mud, Amelia says, clearly confused. I laugh out loud at that and then try to come up with an explanation.
That's just because I don't want you to get your clothes all dirty.
She tilts her head at me, and I can tell she is not letting this go. But your clothes are dirty.
Yeah, but I'm a guy. My clothes aren't nearly as pretty as yours.
But Piper is a girl, right?
She has me there. I look to Chris for some help, but she just smiles and shakes her head. I sigh, realizing I may have just lost my ability to keep Amelia from getting dirty. Yes, Piper is a girl, but she wore old clothes that she didn't mind getting dirty. I can literally see the wheels turning on Amelia's face, and I know what she's going to say before the words come out of her mouth.
So, if I wear old clothes, can I play in the mud too?
I stifle a sigh. Yeah, I guess you can. Sometimes my daughter is too smart for her own good. And mine.
Yes, I'm going to go change right now then.
As Amelia makes a beeline for her room, Chris sets her focus on me again.
You stepped right into that one.
Yeah, I did.
But you also never answered my question. I know playing in the mud is fun for you, but why are you really smiling? Did you ask Piper out?
With a sigh, I shake my head. No, not yet, but I feel like I'm getting close. Only her ex was at the cafe we stopped at for lunch.
Ew, what's he like?
She asks, leaning forward. He wasn't the ogre I made him out to be in my mind, sadly. He seemed like a normal, slightly nerdy guy. But I don't know if her seeing him again was a good thing or not.
Did anything happen?
Chris asks, folding her arms across her chest. No drama, if that's what you're looking for. He seemed surprised to see her and wanted to know why she's doing new things with me and didn't with him. He didn't say it, but he looked like a man who knew he'd made a mistake. I'm afraid he's going to try and win her back.
So what are you going to do to stop it?
Chris asks. I don't know. What if it's still too early to ask her out?
What if it's not? Aren't you the one who's always saying you never know unless you try?
Yeah, but this is different, because if I'm wrong, it might screw up any chance that I have with her. Chris opens her mouth to say more, but before she can, Amelia bounds toward us in an old t-shirt and leggings.
I'm ready to go play in the mud, Daddy.
I had been looking forward to a shower, but I suppose waiting a little longer isn't that big of a deal.
We'll talk later,
Chris says as she grabs her purse and keys.
But think about what I said. You don't want to wait so long you miss your chance. Again.
I sigh. If only I knew what the perfect timing was. Chapter 13. Piper. I'm still finding mud in weird places 3 days later as I step out of the shower and dry off. I smile, though, as I shake my head, because me, in mud, enjoying mud, was something I never thought would happen. My phone chimes and I scoop it up, wondering if it's Patrick with his next idea. I've been not so patiently waiting to see what he's going to suggest. But it's not from Patrick. It's from Ian, telling me he made a mistake and that he wants to get back together. I sit down on the bed, still in my towel, and stare at the phone. Do I want to get back together with Ian? When he first asked me out in December, I was thrilled, and I thought the next month was great. We have a lot in common, but now it just feels like something is missing. Plus, he did dump me through text, and there's no guarantee he won't do that again. Do I really want to date someone like that? No, but my mother always did stress the importance of second chances.
Is it possible Ian really has seen the error of his ways? It feels unlikely, but I am no relationship expert. Of course, the bigger issue is that I can't stop thinking about Patrick. I don't know if he has feelings for me, but I'm not sure I can enter another relationship without finding out. I dress and head into the kitchen. Belle is the only one around, and I'm fairly certain I know exactly what she'll say, but I decide to ask her anyway. Belle, can I ask you something? She looks up from her computer. Sure, what is it? I ran into Ian after the tough mutter the other day. Her nose wrinkles in disgust. Yuck, I'm sorry. Did you tell him to shove off? No, he came up to us while we were at the cafe. He seemed shocked to see me covered in mud, and he wanted to know why I never did adventurous things with him. Did you give him a reason? I told him it was because he never asked, but that's not my question. I just got a text from him. He wants to get back together. I pull up the text and hand the phone to her. Belle takes the phone and reads the text. Then she presses her lips together and looks back up at me. Are you really going to take him back? I sigh as I sit in the chair across from her. I don't know. The text dumping was awful, but what if no one else wants to date me? Are you crazy? You're amazing. I mean, you say a lot of stuff I don't understand, but once you find a guy who speaks your language, he'll realize how awesome you are. But that's just it. Ian did speak my language. Did being the operative word, until he turned into a jerk. You know, I think Patrick speaks your language too. She gives me a conspiratorial smile that I'm sure works well on her videos. My face heats up as I attempt to refute her observation. Patrick does not think about me like that. He's my coworker, for goodness sake. Uh-huh. Belle nods knowingly. You know a lot of relationships start with coworkers, right? I roll my eyes. Yes, 78% of people have considered dating a coworker, and 58% have. But that's not the case here. Patrick just offered to help me because his brother is a therapist, and I didn't feel comfortable going to the group. Okay, but has he mentioned the group since? I think back over the last few weeks and realize that Patrick has never mentioned the group again. Or his brother. I guess not. What do you think that means? Belle chuckles. Well, either it means he's very forgetful, which I don't see as the issue, or he offered to help you because he's interested in you. You need to find out. At that moment, my phone chimes, and this time the text is from Patrick. I feel my face heat again as I read his message. Is that from him? Belle asks, reaching for the phone. It is, isn't it? See, you guys are in sync. He knew we were talking about him. No, he's answering my text from earlier. I wanted to see what he thought I should do about Ian. Belle grins at me and nods. Of course you did, because you want him to tell you not to date Ian, right? You want him to tell you to date him. What? No, that's not... But it's no use. I'm not even convincing myself. I do want him to tell me not to date Ian. I want him to tell me that I deserve someone better. Someone like him. And how many people have you texted from work before? The heat crawls across my cheeks and my gaze slides to the side. Well, none, but... Words fail me because I don't even have an excuse. I barely know the names of anyone else I work with, much less their numbers. Well, you better go see what he says, though I'd bet money that I'm right. I'm not a betting person, but I almost take her up on that because as much as I want it to be true, I can't imagine Patrick liking someone like me. I walk into the office a half hour later, a bundle of nerves.
"Hey, Piper."
The smile that lights up his face calms my stomach somewhat. He wouldn't smile at me like that if he didn't like me, right? Hi, Patrick. Thanks for meeting me early.
He shrugs. "You said it was important."
It's about Ian. It's brief, but Patrick's face shifts for just a second, and I tell myself it's a look of disgust that almost crosses his features.
"Oh?" is all he says, though.
He texted me this morning and wanted to know if I'd be open to dating him again. Patrick's face goes blank, and I mean utterly blank, like a sheet of paper with no lines. I can't discern a single expression on his face, and it makes me wonder what he's thinking.
"And are you considering going back to him?"
I don't know, and that's why I wanted to talk to you. You've been so helpful at pushing me to try new things, and I think I went into this hoping it would bring Ian back, but now that it has, I don't know if it's what I want, but I'm afraid that he might be the only guy. This time, a range of emotions cross Patrick's face before he grabs my hand.
"Piper, Ian will not be the only guy. I didn't want to rush you because I wanted to be sure you were over Ian, but I can't let you go back to dating him without knowing how I feel first."
My eyes widen and I blink at him, sure that I have misheard him. How you feel? What do you mean?
"I like you, Piper, and I don't want you to date Ian, not only because I think you're too good for him, but because I want you to date me."
You do? Though my feet are firmly planted, I feel like the world is tipping. Patrick likes me?
"Yes, I do. I've liked you for a while, but I couldn't say anything while you were seeing another guy. Now I'm terrified that it's too soon and I'm going to mess this up, but I couldn't not tell you."
I shake my head as I cut him off. I have to confess that I came here today hoping you would tell me not to date Ian. I don't know if you'll enjoy dating me, but I'd like to try. The smile that lights up his face radiates like the sun, and I swear I can almost feel my toes growing warmer.
"Well, then how would you feel about dinner tonight?"
Dinner tonight sounds lovely. He squeezes my hand, and then we stand there grinning at each other awkwardly for a moment. Neither of us really thought the next move through. We still have to work together today. I suppose we should get to work before the others arrive, I say, and then I instantly want to suck the words back in my mouth. But thankfully, Patrick just smiles and nods.
"Yeah, I guess we should."
Though I turn to my computer and pull up the program, I can't keep the grin from my face, and the rest of the day flies by. When it's finally quitting time, I bid farewell to Patrick and return home. Belle is working at her computer when I enter, but she closes the lid when I walk in. Oh my gosh, I was right. He asked you out, didn't he? He did. I still can't believe it, and it hits me that I have no idea what to wear. Thankfully, it's Belle who's home. What time is he picking you up? She flips her wrist over to check the time on her watch. 7? That doesn't leave us much time. Okay, give me 10 minutes to finish what I'm working on, and then you belong to me. That would probably sound ominous coming from anyone else, but Belle does makeovers for people as one of her part-time jobs. If anyone is going to help me get ready for this date, it's definitely Belle. Chapter 14. Patrick. The impending date with Piper remains at the forefront of my mind the rest of the day. So much so that I realize as I head to pick Amelia up that I haven't planned who would watch her. Though I feel bad doing it, I speed dial Chris.
"Hey, I know it's short notice, but can you watch Amelia tonight for a few hours?"
Depends. Is it so you can work late, or did you finally get up the nerve to ask that woman out?
Her name is Piper, and yes, I asked her out. We're having dinner tonight, if I can find a sitter for Amelia.
I can almost see the mischievous smile on Chris's face as she replies. Oh, then I'm definitely free. I'll be there in an hour. I thank her and then grab Amelia, who, like always, regales me with stories of her day the entire way home. Then Isaac got in trouble because he chased Shelley with a marker, she says from her car seat. When the teacher asked him why, he said he thought she needed a happier face. He was going to draw a smile on her face. Can you believe that? What I can't believe is how much this girl can talk. I don't even get a chance to answer her before she continues. Of course, she was kind of down today, so maybe it would have helped.
It's never nice to color on people, I say when she takes a breath.
I know that. Her tone informs me that she isn't stupid, Dad. Can we have pizza for dinner tonight? Shelley had pizza and it looked really good. It made my stomach growl extra loud when I smelled her piece.
You and Chris can order pizza. I'm afraid I won't be there.
I haven't talked to Amelia about dating, and it's definitely not something I want to bring up on the ride home. But I will have to broach the subject with her soon. What? Why not? Do you have to work late again? The sadness in her voice hits a nerve, and I wonder if dating Piper right now is really a good thing. Amelia clearly misses me and wants to spend time with me. Maybe I can convince Piper to do dates where Amelia can come too. I know that might not be every woman's dream, but it's a single dad's reality. Of course, Amelia does not need to know or be burdened with any of this, so I simply tell her, yeah, I have to work late, but not too late. She sighs from the back seat. Okay, but can we do something fun this weekend when you're off?
Absolutely.
Sometimes her ability to switch topics and emotions so quickly works in my favor. As soon as Chris shows up, I jump in the shower, and an hour later, I'm headed to Piper's apartment to pick her up. I take a deep breath to calm my nerves as I park in her complex. I can't remember the last time I felt flutters in my stomach about a woman, and it's a little disconcerting. Stepping out, I run a hand down my slacks to smooth out any wrinkles. Then I square my shoulders and walk toward her front door. When it opens, my breath catches in my throat. It's Piper before me, but in a way I've never seen her before. Instead of her normal button-down shirt and slacks, Piper is wearing a floral sundress and sandals. Her hair falls in loose curls framing her face.
Wow, you look beautiful,
I manage to get out. She blushes. Thank you. This is Belle's creation. She said I couldn't wear my normal clothes on a first date, though I don't see what's wrong with my normal clothes. I press my lips together to keep from laughing.
Well, I don't think anything is wrong with your normal clothes, but I appreciate the new look.
Piper nods and her eyes scan me from head to toe. You look very handsome yourself.
I should hope so. I spent more time in the bathroom this afternoon than I usually do in a week. But Piper doesn't need to know that. I hold out my arm. Thank you. Shall we?
She nods and puts her hand on my arm as we walk back to the car. There's no mud involved tonight, is there?
I chuckle. No mud tonight. We reach the car and I open the door for her. I never asked you, though. How did the shower go after the mud run?
You mean showers? I had to take 3 just to feel like I had all the mud out of my hair, and I'm still not sure it's all out.
Oh, no. Well, I promise tonight should be cleaner at least.
I hope so. Piper folds her hands primly on her lap. The dress is Belle's, and she will be annoyed if I get it dirty. I pull into a spot at the restaurant and hold my hands up in surrender.
I promise, No more mud. At least, not until next year.
Her eyebrows lift. You do that every year?
Not every year, but it's a good measure of whether I'm staying in shape or not, so I do them when I can. You ready? I ask, motioning toward the restaurant. Piper nods and we exit the car.
Working out is important to you then?
Staying in shape is. I want to make sure I'm there for Amelia as she grows up. Why do you ask? I open the front door and hold it open for her as she enters.
It just seems like you would have more in common with Charlie than me is all.
Her eyes drop to the floor as she speaks. Too much in common doesn't always work. Sometimes you need to have differences to make it interesting. Charlie is the one with the ponytail, right?
She is.
I shake my head. Then I'm not sure we'd ever work anyway. She's intense. Piper chuckles.
You wouldn't believe how many times I've heard that.
Oh, I think I would. The hostess takes us to a booth near the back and we slide in. I hope you like Italian food. I probably should have asked. Piper smiles up at me.
I enjoy Italian. Did you know that lasagna has been in the United States since the late 1800s, though it wasn't popular immediately?
I didn't know that. Have you always been good at that? Spouting off facts?
Pink crawls across Piper's face again. I always loved reading. I'm pretty sure I was a disappointment to my parents because I wasn't outgoing like my older sister or into sports like my brother, so I consoled myself with books. I reach across the table and take her hand. Her self-esteem issues make so much more sense now.
I doubt you were a disappointment to your parents. Are they still around?
Piper nods. They are, but I haven't seen them in a while.
Then maybe that's something we should remedy soon.
She holds my gaze for a moment before moving her hands to grab the menu. Evidently, family is a tricky issue. I'm really glad we did this, Piper says.
Me too.
The conversation stalls for a moment. Not in an uncomfortable way, really, but I fill the silence anyway.
Do you have a wine preference?
She shakes her head. I don't know. I've never tried it.
I keep my mouth from falling open, but I'm not quick enough to keep my eyes from widening at her in disbelief. She'd told me she'd never tried beer, but a lot of women don't like beer. I just assumed she was a wine drinker instead. You've never had wine? I know you're not supposed to ask a woman her age, but you are old enough to drink, right?
I probably should have asked her age. I certainly don't need to land in any legal troubles by dating someone underage, or someone much younger than myself. But I assumed she was 25 at least. She chuckles and pushes her glasses up. Yes, I am of legal drinking age. I just never have.
Not even a taste of alcohol?
Okay, I know this makes me sound like an alcoholic, but I'm not. However, I do enjoy a glass of wine with Italian food and beer with greasy American pub. I'm just surprised by her admission. My college days were filled with people drinking, and I thought that was the normal experience. But I should have known. Piper could be classified as abnormal in a lot of areas, though never in a bad way. She shrugs and looks down at the table. I was always more focused on my grades in school, and I saw enough stupid drunken acts when I was in college to keep me from wanting to try it. And since none of my friends are big drinkers, the opportunity just hasn't arisen.
Well, that makes sense. And it's probably just another mark in the column for how men and women are different. Not that every man's life revolves around alcohol, but as I think about it now, except for crazy parties, it generally was men drinking more than women in my college experience. And honestly, it doesn't matter to me if Piper drinks a glass of wine or not, but I am curious if she's open to trying another new experience. Well, props to you. I hope my daughter grows up as level-headed and smart as you are. However, red wine goes very well with Italian food, and a single glass is sometimes nice to celebrate with. Would you like to try it? It could be another new experience."
Piper tilts her head and presses her lips together. If she were a cartoon character, they would flash a picture of gears turning right now, because I have no doubt she is weighing the pros and cons. I wonder if she makes physical lists when she decides on things. I have a sneaking suspicion she does. Finally, she nods. I am agreeable to that.
"Do you trust me to pick the wine, or would you like to taste a few?"
You can choose. I'd have no idea where to even start. With that, I scan the listing for a light red with some fruity notes. Having never had wine before, she probably won't like a dry wine as much. When the waitress appears, I place the order for the wine, and then we spend a few minutes perusing the menu. The waitress arrives with our glasses of wine, takes our orders, and then leaves us again. Piper picks up the glass of red liquid. She sniffs it and then takes a tentative sip. Then her face twists and she begins to cough.
"Are you okay?"
I ask, hoping she isn't allergic to wine. Is that even possible? If it is, it would be just my luck that I'd order something that would affect her. She takes a swallow from her water glass and clears her throat. I'm fine. I just wasn't expecting the taste.
"I suppose it does take some getting used to. If you don't like it, you can order something else."
No, I'm sure it will be fine. She lifts the glass again and takes a cautious sip. This time she manages to swallow without coughing, but I'm still worried that ordering the wine was a massive mistake. Chapter 15. Piper. Though I'm enjoying talking with Patrick, the nerves in my stomach are still bunching together like tangled Christmas lights. So I take another drink. It doesn't taste like I thought it would, but I suppose it's not that bad. There's a fruity flavor to it, though the alcohol gives it a slight sour note at the end.
"So, how are you feeling about work?"
Patrick asks, when he's sure I'm not going to have another coughing fit.
"Do you think your people skills are improving?"
I push up my glasses and take another sip. Maybe it's the nerves, but I can't seem to stop sipping the wine. I believe I will find it easier to talk to people now. I just hope I can make management see the change.
"I'm sure you can."
I smile and take another sip. The food arrives.
"Are you hoping to stay with the company long term?"
Patrick asks, as he takes a bite of his food. I'd like to open my own company one day, but that's a lofty dream at this point, so climbing the ladder at the present company seems like a good step. I continue to prattle on about my plans, taking a sip every time my throat grows dry. Suddenly, the room begins to go out of focus. I blink, and it rights itself momentarily, only to grow fuzzy once more.
"Piper, are you okay?"
Patrick asks from across the table. I think so. I reach for the wine again, but I can't focus on the glass, and instead of grabbing it, I knock it over. Red liquid flows across the table like a scarlet river and falls into Patrick's lap. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Here, let me help. Red wine needs some kind of water. I should know this answer, but my head feels as fuzzy as the room. Regular water isn't right, but surely it will help more than nothing. So I take my water glass and pour that on Patrick. He jumps out of his seat and looks at me with wide eyes and a very wet crotch.
"What was that for?"
Patrick wipes at his pants with his napkin, while I return to my seat, wishing I could crawl under the table and disappear. I'm sorry, I was trying to keep it from staining. I drop my head into my hands, sure that Patrick will never want to see me again, and that I am destined to remain alone forever. But instead, I hear chuckling. Glancing up, I see that Patrick has a smile on his face. Why is he smiling?
"Note to self. Alcohol does not agree with you. No more wine without food first, and even then, I'll make sure I'm wearing dark pants.
The alcohol, of course. I've been talking and drinking, but not eating, and the alcohol went right to my head, literally. But the alcohol must be affecting him too. It's the only explanation for him laughing instead of being angry. You're not mad?
Mad? Over a stain? I have a 5-year-old daughter who has stained more clothes than I can count. This is no big deal.
Are you sure? Patrick reaches across the table and grabs my hand.
I've been pooped on and vomited on. Do you remember when we met at the carnival? I had a giant chocolate stain on my shirt. Believe me, this is nothing. You had dinner at my house. Amelia was on her best behavior then, but trust me, this is not a big deal. Now, why don't you finish your meal before the alcohol gets to your stomach and makes you sick?
I don't know if he's just being nice or if he's really this understanding, but he is right about food. I should have eaten while I was drinking, and it probably wouldn't have been so bad. So I take his advice, and this time I eat while he talks to me. He tells me more about Amelia and his own plans for his career. Like me, he would like to run his own company one day, and I can't help but wonder if we could run one together. When the check arrives, I offer to pay for half. I mean, it's the least I can do for ruining his pants, but he just shakes his head.
I asked you out, so I am paying.
I know, but I spilled wine and water all over you. At least let me buy you a new pair of pants.
I don't know. Buying a man pants on the first date feels a little personal, don't you think?
He smiles, signs the receipt, and then holds out his hand to me. I take it, marveling at how different he is from Ian. Of course, if he knew how close I came to dabbing at his crotch with a napkin, he might not be so easygoing. But thankfully I didn't, and he is. Though it still feels like a dream. Like I'm going to wake up and realize I ruined the whole night and Patrick will never want to see me again.
So about that second date,
he asks when we step outside. The cool air washes over me, and before I can really think it through, I find myself agreeing.
Good,
he says with a smile as he opens the car door for me.
Amelia wants to do something fun this weekend, so how do you feel about a park date?
What exactly does one do at a park date? I ask.
Oh, whatever we feel like. Generally, I pack a little lunch for Amelia and me. She wears herself out on the playground with all the other kids while I read or work. Sometimes we add in a little walk.
Do you think we could listen while she plays?
Listen? To what? Music?
Well, there is a lecture that I've been wanting to listen to. It was one I planned to see with Ian, who I know would have enjoyed it. Patrick's face wrinkles.
Ooh, maybe not a lecture.
My shoulders fall. I knew Patrick was too good to be true. He's great when it's things he can choose, but he'd never like the stuff I like. It doesn't have to be a lecture. It could be something else. He places a hand on my arm.
Piper, I was kidding. If a lecture is what you want to do, then I'm all for it. Part of dating is learning about the other person.
Maybe that's why Ian and I didn't work out. There was no learning about each other, because there hadn't really been a need. We liked the same things, at least until he decided he wanted something different. But Patrick and I are different. We aren't quite polar opposites, but we have a lot of differences. Maybe there really is something to the whole opposites attract thing.
We'll plan for Saturday then,
Patrick asks when we pull up to my apartment. Sure, sounds good. Thank you for dinner, and I'm sorry again about the pants.
Forget about them, he says, waving his hand. I already have.
I wave goodbye and watch him drive out of the parking lot, and then I walk up to our door. I know that my friends will be waiting inside, wanting details of the date, so I take a deep breath and prepare myself before opening the door.
Sure enough, they are all sitting in the living room, and their heads swivel to the door in unison as I step inside.
"How was it?"
Belle asks as soon as I close the door behind me.
"Give her a second to get situated,"
Hannah says. She smiles and pats the open couch beside her.
"There's a spot right here for you."
It was good. Nice. I bite my lip, hoping they will let it go and knowing that's probably not likely.
"Good? Nice? Is that all you've got?"
Belle bounces in her seat, the impatience evident in both her face and her voice.
"Most of it was good, but there was one awful part. I don't think he's ever going to want to see me again."
I plop onto the sofa next to Hannah and drop my head onto my hands.
"Oh no, what happened?"
Katie asks, just as Charlie adds, "I'm sure it's not as bad as you think."
"It's bad, believe me. He took me to a nice Italian restaurant, but then he ordered us both a glass of red wine."
Hannah's eyes grow wide.
"You drank wine? But you've never had alcohol before, have you?" "No, I haven't." "What happened?"
Belle asks. I shake my head, wishing I could wipe the embarrassing night out of my memory.
"Everything was going fine for a while. He told me about his daughter. I told him about my plans for the future. The food arrived, and then halfway through the meal, I knocked my glass of red wine over. Before I could stop it or mop it up, it flowed across the table and onto his lap."
Belle gasps and throws a hand over her mouth.
"Was he wearing dark pants at least?"
"I wish. They were tan, and figuring they would stain badly, I wanted to try and minimize the damage."
"Did you have soda water?"
Belle asks. I press my lips together and shake my head miserably.
"I couldn't remember what you put on stains because I was freaking out and the alcohol was clouding my brain, so I simply took my water and poured it on his lap, hoping to disperse the stain."
Charlie, Katie, and Hannah all gasp this time with Belle.
"You poured your water on his lap?"
Katie asks.
"I did, and I almost grabbed my napkin and tried to wipe it up."
I shut my eyes and shake my head again, embarrassed by the memory.
"What did he do?"
Hannah asks. I open my eyes and meet her sympathetic gaze.
"He told me it was no big deal, but he can't mean it." "Did he say anything on the way home?"
Katie asks.
"He asked me to go on a park date with him and his daughter on Saturday."
Charlie snorts.
"Maybe he doesn't date much and he's desperate."
Katie shoots her a glare.
"Or maybe he has dated and realized how hard it is, and even though this date had some challenges, it was better than his others. Remember those guys you met at the speed dating event? Dating lately is a lot like that."
"How would you know?" Charlie shoots back.
"You have Derek." "Yeah, who I almost killed on one of our outings. A wet crotch is nothing compared to a trip to the emergency room."
Hannah places a hand on my shoulder.
"Katie is right. Maybe Patrick really did have a nice time, even with the wine incident. It's possible he was being honest with you."
I look from Hannah to Katie, Charlie, and Belle. Is it possible? Could he have been telling the truth? They all have more experience than me when it comes to dating. Well, except for Charlie. She dated a little in college and then turned all her focus to personal training and bulking up.
"Do you really think so? I mean, I want to see him again, but after Ian?"
"Forget about Ian," Katie says.
"He was a jerk, and not all guys are like that. I think you should give Patrick the benefit of the doubt until he gives you a reason not to."
The other girls all nod in agreement.
"Okay, I'll trust you guys. It's not like guys are knocking down the door anyway."
"For any of us," Hannah says, and I realize she's right. Katie and Belle are dating currently, but it wasn't like they turned away a ton of suitors to find those guys, and Charlie and Hannah aren't seeing anyone. As bad as my date went, it was a date, and he said he wanted to do it again.
"You're right.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be complaining. Well, you did throw water on your date, Charlie says with a smile. I think you can complain a bit. But at least you didn't vomit in his car, Hannah says. My brother got so sick from drinking one time that I was sure he would throw up on the way home. I told him he better open the door if he felt sick or he'd be cleaning my car. Gross, Katie says. Did he make it home? He did, but he spent the whole night puking in the toilet and I spent the whole night listening to it. It was the last time I went drinking with my brother. Hannah's brother is not a little guy, so I can't imagine how much alcohol he must have had. But I do take solace that my date did not end like that. However, I think my dabble into drinks containing alcohol will remain that. A one-time dabble, never to be repeated. Chapter 16. Patrick. When Saturday rolls around, I find myself waking earlier than normal. Piper will be arriving at 10 a.m., and I want to make sure that I've prepared the perfect lunch for us. After showering and donning a blue t-shirt that is casual but brings out the color of my eyes, I head into the kitchen to put on a pot of coffee. While it percolates, filling the air with its heavenly scent, I grab the groceries I picked up the night before and the picnic basket that Em and I use every time we lunch in the park. It's a little beat up, but well-loved, and still sturdy enough to get the job done. I place a few ice packs on the bottom to keep the cheesecake cold. Lunch doesn't always come with dessert, but it will today, and even though I'm not sure that Amelia will eat cheesecake, I throw a few Oreos in for her. I'm fairly certain that Piper will. I don't know why, but there's something about cheesecake that feels romantic to me. Once the dessert is in, I add the meat, cheese, and crackers. Amelia and I generally have PB&Js, but today we are elevating our palate. I add a juice box for Amelia and some sparkling cider for Piper and me. No more alcohol for that one. And then I put in the napkins. Finally, I add the red rose I bought for Piper and close the lid. The blanket we'll sit on gets placed on top, and then I turn to the task of making breakfast. 10 minutes later, I sit down to my bacon, eggs, toast, and coffee, and just as I'm finishing, Amelia shuffles in. Her hair poofs out around her head like a rat crawled in it at night and made a nest. I don't know what that girl does in her sleep, but it's like this almost every day. "Morning, Em. Did you sleep okay?" She yawns and rubs sleep from her eyes.
I guess so, but I still feel tired.
Me too.
But I don't tell her it's because I was up way too late last night thinking about spending the day with Piper.
But I bet you'll feel better after you eat some breakfast. Do you want toast and eggs?
She scrunches her nose and whips her head from side to side.
Can I just have cereal?
I sigh and shake my head. No matter what I do, I can't get this girl to try new foods. She is like an old woman set in her ways. I can only hope she'll grow out of it before it stunts her growth too badly.
Do you want Lucky Charms or Mini Wheats today?
I smile when I say Mini Wheats in hopes that she'll choose that one, as it's at least a little healthier. But she's not buying it today.
Lucky Charms, please,
she says, as she climbs onto a bar stool. Well, at least she said please. I take my plate to the sink and fill her bowl. Then I top off my coffee, mainly so I have something to do while she eats. But you can never have too much coffee. When her cereal is all gone, she sets down her spoon and looks up at me.
When is our picnic going to be?
We'll head to the park in a couple of hours. My friend Piper is coming with us.
The one from game night and the carnival?
That's the one.
I'm surprised she remembered, but I shouldn't be. Amelia has a memory like an elephant. She remembers stopping at coffee places, visiting restaurants, and almost every park we've been to.
Has she never been to a park before?
I I realize Amelia is referencing Piper wanting to try new things, and I almost laugh. But then I realize I'd have to explain to her that Piper and I are kind of dating, and I'm not sure how to do that yet. Nor am I completely sure I'm ready, so I divert.
Well, I'm sure she's been to a park, but not with us. Is it okay that she comes?
Amelia shrugs.
Sure, she seems nice, and I'll probably be playing on the playground a lot, so you might get lonely.
I nod as if she said the most profound thing in the world.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's because we think alike, Daddy,
she says, as if this is the most obvious thing in the world.
I guess we do.
I quickly take a sip of my coffee to hide my smile. I don't want Amelia to think I'm laughing at her.
Can I watch some Smurfs until it's time to go?
I'm not sure exactly when or where Amelia was introduced to the Smurfs. I may have Chris to thank for that, but she's been obsessed with them for the last few months. The DVR is set to record every episode, which she'll sometimes watch 2 or 3 times, and I even searched out the series on Netflix. I found the old Smurfs, which were still around in reruns in my childhood, but she said they were too different from the new ones. I don't know how Smurfs can be that different, but I'm not 5.
Sure,
I say, and she scampers off to the living room to indulge her addiction. I busy myself with tidying up small piles I had let slide during the week, and before I know it, the doorbell is ringing. A smile tugs at the corners of my lips as I open the door. Piper stands on the other side, looking very much like herself in demeanor, but like someone else entirely in attire. Instead of her normal button-down dress shirt, a flowy tank top adorns her chest, and her tan slacks have been replaced with denim shorts that show off her shapely legs. Those must have been a genetic blessing, because I know Piper doesn't work out much. I step back to let her in.
You look nice. Did Belle help you again today?
She grimaces and shakes her head. Unfortunately not. Today it was Hannah. I would actually prefer Belle, as she would simply choose the appropriate outfit and hand it to me, but Hannah had to opine on how I should dress opposite of my personality in order to try and stretch my comfort zone. I press my lips together to keep from laughing.
That sounds very analytical. I figured that would be right up your alley.
I analyze data and facts, not people like she does.
Well, regardless, you look nice, and you'll probably be more comfortable than if you'd shown up in your regular work attire.
Piper shrugs. I suppose that is a logical assessment, considering the weather is supposed to be warm today. I looked it up before I left the apartment, and it said the high was 75, which isn't quite as warm as I thought, but hopefully I won't be too exposed in shorts. However, meteorologists are wrong 53% of the time, so there is the chance that it will be warmer or cooler. This time, I can't stop the smile that splits my lips. Piper is so matter-of-fact sometimes that it really is endearing.
You'll be fine. I'm bringing an extra blanket just in case, and I'll grab a light jacket you can use if it cools down.
That would be nice, thank you.
Amelia, time to go,
I holler, as I grab the basket and the blanket. On the way out, I grab 2 light jackets just in case. Then we load up my car.
Daddy, can I run to the playground?
Amelia asks, as soon as we arrive. She has so much pent-up energy that she is literally bouncing in her seat. I scan the area to make sure no one seems suspicious, and then nod. Like a rocket, Amelia bolts the 40 feet or so to the playground, and then climbs up the giant net and begins talking to some girl who's also there. She appears to make friends easily, Piper says, as she follows me to a nearby grassy spot to lay out the basket.
I chuckle. Yeah, she's always been like that. I hope it's a trait she keeps, and not just a childhood thing.
I turn to look at her.
Were you different as a kid? More spontaneous and outgoing, I mean?
David is the therapist, But I've talked with him enough to know that things can happen to people along the way to cause dramatic personality shifts, and I wonder if that's what happened to Piper, or if she's always been an introvert. She shakes her head. No, I was never the outgoing type. I always preferred books to people. My siblings would play outside with the neighbor kids, and I would sit in my room and read. My mother had to force me outside most days. In fact, the few times I got in trouble, she had to ground me not from my room, but from my books.
I can see that.
I look back at Amelia laughing and chasing the other girl around the playground.
I hope she gets some of that too as she gets older. She's only in preschool now, but it's important to me that she enjoys school. I think it's so beneficial to be a lifelong learner.
I shake out the blanket and sit down. Piper follows suit, though she still looks out of her element. Do you consider yourself one, a lifelong learner?
I try to be. It's a bit more challenging when you have a kid, as she takes up a lot of my free time. But I do try when she's in bed for the night. I always find it fun to research new software and try to come up with my own ideas.
I press my lips together as I think about how to phrase my next question.
Do you think that will be an issue for you?
I lift my eyes and Piper blinks at me. An issue? What do you mean?
That I have a kid already, that my time may be limited. I didn't know Ian, but I didn't get the feeling that he was a dad. He probably had more time to devote to dating.
I don't want this to be a problem for her, but I do want to be honest. Having a kid means being a lot less selfish, and sometimes it will mean that I have to cancel dates or be choosy in how I spend my time. Piper tilts her head and watches Amelia for a few minutes. I don't say anything because I know she's thinking. She's probably creating a mental pro and con list in her head. Finally, she takes a deep breath and lets it out. Not a sigh per se, but it carries weight. I'm not accustomed to being around children, but I don't think it would be an issue. I suppose time will tell in that area. However, even though he had no children that I'm aware of, Ian didn't make a lot of time for dates, so that won't be an issue for me. In fact, I have so little experience dating that I'm not even sure what the appropriate amount of time would be. These words break my heart, and I can't help reaching over to grab her hand.
I'm sorry that more men haven't seen what you have to offer, and I'm honored that I get to spend time with you.
She looks down at our hands and then up at me. I can't name the expression, couldn't describe it if I tried, but there's something in her eyes that makes me want to kiss her. Forgetting for a moment that we are in a public park and that my daughter is within eyesight, I begin to lean forward. But before I touch her lips, a scream pierces the air and I jump back. My father's instinct knows the scream belongs to my daughter, and I turn to see what's happened. Chapter 17. Piper. I'm pretty sure my eyes don't even blink as Patrick leans toward me. He is going to kiss me. At least, I'm fairly certain that is the expression on his face. And I want him to kiss me, but I'm also thinking of everything that could go wrong. What if I'm a terrible kisser and he hates me after this? What if that was part of why Ian broke up with me? Before I can even act on these questions, a scream reaches my ears and Patrick pulls back. I blink and then follow his gaze. He's searching the playground and already up on his feet when I see his daughter coming toward us. She's holding out her hand and large tears are streaming down her face. "It hurts, Daddy," she manages, through hitching sobs that shake her whole body.
What happened?
His voice changes as he takes her hand. It becomes softer than I've ever heard it, and his touch looks so gentle. "I think it was a bee. I was using a flower as a wand and something stung me."
"Oh, that's no fun, but let me look."
He peers down at her hand and I stand up to see better. Sure enough, an angry red circle appears on the side of her palm.
That does look like something stung you. I know you can put aloe on a bee sting, but I didn't bring any with me.
He mashes his lips together and then turns to me.
We may have to cut this short.
Amelia shakes her head.
I don't want to go home yet, Daddy. I just want it to stop hurting.
As she's speaking, I run through my memory for any subject on bee stings. There has to be something we can use to take the pain away. I open my purse and rifle around, and that's when I see it. Do you mind if I try something? I ask. Amelia looks up hesitantly at her dad, but when he nods, she holds her hand out to me. The first thing I do is look for the stinger. I know removing it is the first step, but I don't see one there, so it appears it already fell out. Then I open the tube of ointment and smooth some on the sting. There, how does that feel? She takes a few breaths and then nods.
Yeah, that's better. It doesn't hurt as much. Thanks, Miss Piper.
Before I can say anything else, the girl throws her arms around me. I freeze for a minute, unsure what the right response is, and then I pat her back. You're welcome. Glad I could help. A moment later, she bounds away, and I feel my heart do an odd, twisting sensation. I watch her for a minute, and when I turn back to Patrick, he's staring at me with an expression I've never seen on his face before.
That was incredible, he says. Thank you, but what did you put on her?
I shrug. Hydrocortisone cream. I always carry some because occasionally I have eczema flare-ups, and I remembered that it was good for bee stings. I guess research is good for some things.
More than good.
He grabs my hand again, and before I can say anything else, he leans forward and brushes his lips against mine. It is so quick that I don't have time to react, which is probably a good thing, as I'm still not sure of my kissing ability. However, even though the touch was brief, my lips are tingling.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself, he says with a shy smile. In fact, I'd like to do that again sometime when Amelia isn't around.
You would? He laughs and squeezes my hand.
Yeah, I would. Now, what do you say we open up this picnic basket and see about some lunch?
I nod, still at a loss for words that he not only kissed me, but told me he wanted to do it again, and join him on the blanket.
Let's see what we have in here, he says, winking at me like a magician about to perform a trick.
He opens up the picnic basket and peers inside as if he's surprised by the contents. Then he pulls out a rose and hands it to me.
I wanted to give you more, but I couldn't fit the rest of the bouquet in here.
I have no idea if he's serious or kidding, but a warm sensation floods my body all the same at the gesture. Then he pulls out a bottle and my heart stops. You brought more wine? He laughs and shakes his head.
No, I learned my lesson last time. This is sparkling cider. All the bubbles, but none of the effects.
Oh, good. He pours us each a glass and I take a tentative sip. The bubbles tickle my nose, but the fruity taste is nice, and it doesn't make my head feel funny like the wine did. Next, he pulls out the meats, cheese, and crackers, and I smile. I don't think I ever mentioned how much I love these three things together, so either he knows me better than I thought, or he has the same tastes as me. Either way, I count this as a good sign. I told Ian about my love for this appetizer once, and he wrinkled his nose at me, explaining that it was too pedestrian and not elevated enough for his palate. When I compare him to Patrick now, I can't believe we dated as long as we did.
I hope these are okay. I probably should have asked first.
No, this is great. I love them. I set my drink down and take the plate he hands me. Then I began stacking it with meats, cheese, and crackers. Patrick does the same, and I'm just about to take a bite when Amelia's voice pierces the air again. It's not a cry of pain like last time, but it still surprises me so much that I jump and send my nicely stacked cracker flying through the air. As if that wasn't bad enough, I hear Patrick suck in a breath beside me, and I turn to find that I knocked over my glass when I jumped and sent the liquid all over Patrick's pants. It now looks as if he's had an unfortunate accident. This can't be happening again. What is it with me and drinks around Patrick? Oh my gosh, I am so sorry, Patrick. I cringe as I look around for something to help him dry off. He shakes his head and pulls some napkins out of the basket.
It's fine, but I'm going to need a new wardrobe if this keeps happening every time we go out.
I can't believe I am such a klutz. I mean, not normally, but I guess I am around you.
Well, to be fair, the first wardrobe disaster had nothing to do with you. The second was my fault for plying you with wine, and this one wasn't really your fault.
His gaze shifts to the playground where Amelia is still screaming as she runs from another girl. It was my drink. I feel like I should come with a warning sign or something.
Patrick chuckles as he dabs at his pants. A warning sign, huh? What would it say?
I don't know. Maybe dangerous with drinks or date at your own risk or something? I look around for my meat and cheese, but it appears I have thrown them clear off the blanket, and I'm not eating them off the ground.
Date at your own risk. I like that one. Maybe I'll get t-shirts made.
You wouldn't. He smiles.
No, you're right. I wouldn't. And even if you did come with a warning sign, I'd still date you.
Really? I ask. But before he can answer, Amelia runs over and plops down on the blanket. Her forehead wrinkles in confusion when she notices Patrick's lap. Daddy, did you pee your pants?
No, Em, I didn't. Your yelling scared Piper and she spilled her drink.
Amelia mashes her lips together and shifts her gaze to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. We were just having fun.
Maybe next time you can have fun a little quieter?
Patrick asks. Amelia nods enthusiastically. I'll try to remember, Daddy.
Good.
Patrick opens the basket once again and hands Amelia a sandwich. Then he catches my eye and winks. I don't know why he's okay with putting up with me, but I'm certainly glad he is. As soon as the food is gone, Amelia scampers away again and Patrick turns to me.
How about that lecture now?
You really want to watch it? He flashes me a patient smile.
If it's what you enjoy, then I really do.
As I cue up my phone, I can't help but feel that Patrick is too good to be true. Chapter 18. Patrick.
Amelia, come and grab your toys,
I holler to my daughter as I step over a small robotic dog. It is Friday night, and though Piper and I have spent a lot of time together this week, it's all been at work. It's been great, though, because she's been leading small group lessons, and I can see her confidence in speaking to people growing. Tonight, though, is not about work. Tonight is just us hanging out, and I want the house to be perfect for when she arrives. Amelia, however, seems to have a different idea. She has been like a whirlwind the last few days, depositing toys and clothes in every room she enters. I'm not sure how much of this is typical behavior and how much might be related to her sensing our relationship changing. Sorry, Daddy, she says as she enters the room and grabs the toy dog. She's smiling, so I count that as a win, but her emotions have been so turbulent this week. On Monday, she was excited to go to daycare, but then I got a call at lunch that she was bossing other kids around. On Wednesday, the call was that she refused to play with anyone else, and only wanted to color by herself in a corner. Thankfully, today she seems much more even-keeled.
"That's okay, Em, but Miss Piper is coming over, and I don't want her to trip on anything. So if you can make sure the floor is clean."
Amelia nods.
I'll do my best.
I finish setting the table while Amelia scours the floor, and then the doorbell rings. Though I see her every day, my pulse quickens as I walk to the door. Piper stands on the other side holding a bag of cashews. I stare at her quizzically as I step back to let her in.
"You do remember we're making pizza, right?"
Her eyes widen and she gapes at me. Are you telling me that you've never had cashews on pizza? She asks this as if I've just told her I never brush my teeth or something.
No. Nuts are for snacking and trail mix, not pizza."
She shakes her head. Oh, no. You haven't lived until you've tried pepperoni and cashews on pizza. It adds a salty, buttery crunch, and it is divine. I chuckle and shake my head as I lead the way to the kitchen.
"Whoever came up with the idea of nuts on pizza anyway?"
That is actually an amusing story, she says, as she puts the bag of nuts on the counter. Evidently, there was a restaurant owner named Dave Wilson. He had a habit of stealing pizza off people's plates. A little disgusting, if you ask me, but he called it quality control, and his patrons didn't seem to mind. Anyway, one day a man who was quite drunk wandered in and ordered a pizza with sausage, pepperoni, and onions. Then he asked for a bag of cashews that was kept behind the bar. When his pizza came out, he ripped open the bag and dumped the cashews on the pizza. Since Wilson had never seen this done, he grabbed a slice and took a bite. Realizing it was delicious, he added cashews to the menu.
"So we're taking the advice of a drunk man who probably had no idea what he was doing?"
Piper is usually very logical, and I can't mesh this story with her sometimes Vulcan-like personality. She rolls her eyes. No, we're not taking the drunk man's advice. We're taking the advice of all the sober people who came after, tried it, and realized it was amazing. We are simply thanking the original man for trying something we might not have thought of ourselves.
"Okay,"
I say in resignation, knowing that I'll never win against Piper anyway. She can out-argue me any day of the week, and she knows more facts than I ever will. In fact, the woman should go on Jeopardy. She'd probably win a fortune.
"Let's put cashews on pizza."
We're putting what on the pizza?
Amelia asks as she enters the room. She'd been returning her stuffed animals and toys to her room and missed the initial conversation. Cashews, Piper says, and then begins to recount her story. I realize too late that Amelia probably has no idea what a drunk is and will have a million questions I hadn't planned on answering. But to my surprise, Piper adjusts and simply describes the man as unusual. Surprised, I tilt my head and study her. Maybe it's because I've worked with her for so long, but I hadn't noticed until just now the change that has come over her. She seems much more relaxed and confident in herself. It is evident in her tone and the way she connects with Amelia, and it is reinforced in her attire tonight. Though it's possible one of her roommates still helped her pick out her outfit, I kind of doubt it. It's much more casual than what she wears to work, but it still seems to have her signature on it. I pull out the pizza dough, the sauce, cheese, and other toppings as Piper finishes her story. And when she's done, Amelia turns to me and says,
I agree with Miss Piper. We have to try nuts on pizza.
Yes, ma'am, I say with a smile, and we begin preparing the pizza for the oven. While it cooks, Amelia camps out in the living room with another episode of Smurfs, while Piper and I hang back in the kitchen.
I can't believe you turned my daughter against me, I say, smiling so that Piper will know I'm teasing. She grins back. I can't help it if your daughter has good taste. I suppose not, and honestly, if she turns out even half as good as you, I'll be happy. Piper's smile falters and she bites her bottom lip. You can't mean that. I'm still a mess, remember? Well, you haven't spilled anything on me yet. I grin and wink at her. She bats my arm. We haven't eaten yet, and now you've probably cursed me into doing it. I don't care. I grab her hands because Amelia is in the next room, but I really want to pull her into my arms. Look at you. You're relating to my 5-year-old, making pizza with me, and you've looked much more confident when you speak to the people at work lately. Really? I nod. Absolutely. I wouldn't lie to you. I can't thank you enough for all you've done for me, Patrick. Although I guess some of it was your brother's doing. Hopefully one of these days I can meet him and thank him. My brother? What do you mean? Wrinkles flash across her forehead. It was your brother's idea to attend the speed dating event, right? Oh, yeah, right. I forgot about that. And then it hits me that I have lied to Piper. Well, not so much a lie of statement as a lie of omission, but I hate myself for it. However, before I can explain and apologize to her, my doorbell rings again. Piper looks at me in surprise. Were you expecting someone else? No, I say as I head to the door. It's probably a wrong address or something. The other day, Domino's tried to deliver a pizza I didn't order. But when I open the door, my heart drops into my stomach. It is not a pizza guy on the other side of the door, but Dave. Hey, stranger, he says, ignoring my face and stepping inside. I haven't seen you at group or heard from you in a few weeks, so I thought I'd stop by on my way home from work to make sure everything is okay. My mind is running 1,000,000 miles a second as I try to think of a way to keep Piper from talking to Dave. But it's coming up blank, and then Dave sees her. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize you had company. Are you why Patrick has stopped attending my group? He asks, stepping toward Piper. A blush spreads across her face. I didn't know he had other obligations. I don't, I say, recovering my voice. I'm not required to attend group. I needed it for a while after my divorce, and then I just stayed. But Piper and I were about to have dinner, Dave, so maybe we can catch up another time? Patrick, it's your brother. Why don't you invite him to join us? Piper asks. That way I can thank him properly. My heart sinks even further, but I know there's no way to stop what's coming next. All I can do is hope that Piper will understand and forgive me. Thank me for what? Dave asks, right on cue. For recommending that Patrick take me to a speed dating event to help with my confidence. Not only did it help, but then we started doing more things together, and I was able to see how amazing he is. Dave looks at me with a raised eyebrow, and I plead with him not to blow my cover. He shakes his head slightly, and I know there will be a discussion later, but at least he doesn't deny it. Instead, he sidesteps just like I did. I'm just glad it all worked out, and I'd love to stay for dinner, but I've got a wife and kid at home waiting for me, so it will have to be another time. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I got to meet you, and thank you again, Piper says. If she's picked up on his hesitation, she isn't showing it. Dave nods, shoots me another look, and then waves goodbye and disappears. I sigh in relief and shut the door behind him. Your brother didn't make the suggestion, did he? Piper asks, the pleasant tone that was there a minute ago gone from her voice. My shoulders sag. No, but it's not what you think. Dave did suggest that I get you to try new things, but it was my friend Chris who actually suggested the speed dating event. Piper shakes her head.
Why did you tell me it was your brother then?
To be honest, I didn't. I just didn't correct your assumption that the idea came from him. And I know that doesn't make it okay, but I didn't think you'd agree if it wasn't Dave's suggestion. You seemed so down and I wanted to help.
You should have been honest with me. You're just as bad as Ian.
Her accusation causes me to physically flinch back.
Whoa, I am nothing like Ian. I was trying to help you. Everything I've done has been to help you, Piper.
You don't help someone by lying to them.
She grabs her purse and shakes her head.
Piper, don't go. This is just a misunderstanding.
She holds up a hand to stop me.
Maybe it is, but I need some time to think about this, Patrick.
As she steps out the door, the timer on the oven dings, and I sigh.
Where did Miss Piper go?
Amelia asks as she hurries to the table.
Home. She realized she had some work to do.
I open the oven and pull the pizza out. It's a good thing Amelia likes leftovers because there will be plenty. I set the pizza on the table and dish out a slice for each of us. Amelia, blind to what has just happened, babbles on about Papa Smurf and Smurfette, telling me all about her favorite characters and the funny scenes that happened. I smile and chuckle at the appropriate times, although I have no idea what Amelia is talking about. As I take a bite of pizza, a feeling of sadness comes over me. It is actually good, and I'd love to tell Piper that she was right. But I don't know if I'll ever get the chance now. I have to find some way to win her back. Chapter 19. Piper.
What's the matter?
Belle asks as we prepare dinner Sunday night. It's my turn to cook, but because the rest of the girls rarely like what I choose, one of them always offers to help to add some sides that are preferred. I can't help it if my repertoire of what I can cook is limited.
I thought things were going great.
They were, but Friday I found out he lied to me. I thought about the conversation with Patrick the whole ride home that night and wrestled with it even more the next day. Though I felt like it was a big deal, I also wondered if I was making it a bigger deal than it was.
Lied? About what?
She places the potatoes she's just cut into a large baking dish and drizzles olive oil across the top. Charlie must not know she does that, or she likely wouldn't eat the potatoes. Our first outing. He let me believe his therapist brother suggested it, but then his brother showed up Friday night, and when I thanked him for his suggestion of the speed dating event, he looked like he had no idea what I was talking about. I confronted Patrick, and he admitted that he lied, or omitted the truth.
Did he say why?
He said he didn't think I would have said yes if I'd known it was his friend's idea and not his brother's. Belle tilts her head and taps her chin for a minute.
And would you have?
I don't know, but that is not the point. He should have been honest with me. If he'll lie about something so simple, how can I trust him moving forward? Belle's face scrunches for a minute before she smooths out the wrinkles.
I guess you could look at it as lying, but I would look at it a different way. He liked you a lot and knew you well enough to know that you wouldn't just take his advice or his friends.
I stop what I'm doing and ponder that. I don't know. I'm just worried that he's going to turn out like Ian did. One little lie turns into a much bigger lie and then he ghosts me. I don't think I could take it again.
Patrick is not Ian, so I wouldn't put him in that camp yet. I think he really likes you, and he simply wanted to be sure you'd go out with him to see how good the two of you are together.
So you think I should give him another chance?
Definitely,
Belle says with a wide smile.
She sprinkles some salt and pepper on the potatoes and places them in the oven. Then she begins putting a side salad together. 20 minutes later, I'm setting the table. Charlie and Katie emerge from their rooms and we all sit down. "Should we wait for Hannah?" Charlie asks, looking at the empty chair. "I don't know. Does anyone know where she went?" Katie asks, pulling out her phone to see if Hannah texted her ETA. "She went to the mall to return something," Belle says. "She should be back any minute unless the return lines were enormous, though usually they aren't bad until Christmas." "So wait then, or go ahead and start?" I ask. "I think start," Katie says. "We have no idea how long she'll be, and the food is going to get cold if we just sit here." The rest of us agree, and we begin dishing up our plates. We haven't gotten far into the meal when the front door flies open and Hannah enters, a pinched expression on her face. "What's the matter, Hannah? Is everything okay?" Katie asks. Hannah presses her lips together and shakes her head. "No, I'm afraid not." Her eyes shift to mine, and I know it's bad news. "It's about Patrick. Is he okay?" Concern floods me, even though I haven't spoken with him since Friday night. Horrible thoughts parade through my head. He was injured in an accident, maimed, killed. But then I realize Hannah wouldn't know about any of that unless she saw it happen. "He seemed okay," she says hesitantly as she sits down in the empty chair. "I saw him at the mall with his daughter." She pauses, but I remain silent, knowing there is more. "And a woman. I don't know that they were together, but his daughter was between them, holding each of their hands." A squeezing sensation grips my heart. This can't be happening. Not again. But it could have just been a friend, right, Hannah? Katie is clearly trying to ease the sting from this news, but it's not working. "I suppose it could have been a friend," Hannah says, "but an awfully close one. Has he mentioned a close female friend?" I shake my head. "No, only a guy named Chris and his brother Dave. I met 2 other female friends of his, but both were married. Or maybe it's an old friend who's just in town for a few days," Charlie says. "Maybe someone he was close to or went to school with that he doesn't see often now, and that's why he didn't mention it. Or maybe he's just lying to me." I turn my focus to Belle. "You said to worry if it became a pattern. Does this count?" "A pattern?" Katie looks from Belle to me and back again, confusion creasing her forehead. "What are you talking about?" With a sigh, I tell them about the dinner Friday night and Patrick's lie of omission. Belle said that even if he had lied, it was probably a harmless one to get me to go out with him. But maybe that was wrong too. Maybe he's just a liar. "I don't think that's it," Belle says. "He doesn't strike me as the type." "Yeah, well, he didn't strike me as the type to cheat on me either. But then neither did Ian. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I send guys running to the hills for some reason." "No, that's not it," the girls say, nearly in unison, but I'm not sure even they believe it. I think I should just call it quits. Clearly, I am not meant for a relationship. At least not now. Deep down, I hope they'll argue with me, convince me that it's not true, but I'm not surprised when they don't. "What are you going to do about work?" Charlie asks instead, and I sigh. I hadn't even thought of that. "I can't go. I guess I'll have to see if the bosses will let me work from home, and if not, I'll have to use some sick time." "I really think you should just talk to him," Belle says. "At least give him a chance to explain." So he can tell me I'm too boring and predictable like Ian did? No thanks. I look down at my half-eaten plate, but suddenly I'm no longer hungry. Thanks for dinner, but I think I'm done. I take my plate to the sink and then head to my room. As soon as I shut the door, the reality of the situation sinks in and tears fill my eyes. What is wrong with me that I can't keep a guy interested for more than a few weeks? Am I destined to end up alone? Chapter 20. Patrick. My nerves are a jumbled mass of tangled wires as I enter the office Monday morning. I've tried texting and calling Piper all weekend, but she hasn't responded to either, and neither Dave nor Chris had any good ideas on how to win her back. I know if I can just get her to listen to me, that she'll see how I feel. I just don't want to make our work situation weird. When I reach our cubicles, I see that hers is empty, which is odd because she's almost always the first one here. I glance around, wondering if maybe she just ran to the bathroom or for some coffee, but the only person I see is John, approaching with a large cup of coffee in his hand. "What are you doing here so early?" John's shift is usually a few hours after the start of Piper's and mine. He has to work later in the evening, but he claims he doesn't mind as he's such a night owl. "Piper called in sick, so they called me in early. Wish I'd known before I stayed up half the night working on a coding project. Now I'm exhausted, and I'm not sure even this will be enough to keep me awake." He lifts his giant mug, takes a sip, and then grimaces. "I'm going to need some sugar." As he turns back toward the kitchen, I take out my cell phone to text Piper. I know she's not sick. She's avoiding me. "Please, can we talk?" I set my phone beside my computer so I'll see a text come in if she sends one, though I'm doubtful she will, and try to get to work. But I can't concentrate. Every few minutes, my eyes stray to the phone. How long is she going to ignore me? At lunch, I clock out and head to Piper's apartment. I know there's a chance she won't let me in, but I have to try. And maybe I'll get lucky and one of her roommates will be there to let me in. I knock on the door and sigh in relief when it opens. It's not Piper on the other side, but her roommate Belle. At least she's the one I know the best. "Hey, Belle. Is Piper here?" Belle crosses her arms and studies me.
She is, but before I let you see her, you need to tell me why I should let you in.
"I need to make her understand that I didn't mean to lie to her and that I'll never let it happen again. It was wrong."
Belle tilts her head and narrows her eyes at me.
So why did you do it if you knew it was wrong?
I blow out a frustrated, slightly defeated breath.
"Because I've liked Piper for a while, but I knew that Ian destroyed what confidence she had. I didn't think she'd take a chance on me, but she seemed to trust that Dave was just wanting to help with her confidence. So when Chris suggested the speed dating event, I let Piper think Dave had suggested it. It was wrong, but I promise I had the best intentions."
Belle studies me a moment longer.
I believe you.
"Thank you. Now, can I see Piper?"
I step forward, but Belle holds her hand up.
Not so fast. What about the other woman?
"Other woman? What are you talking about?"
The woman you were with at the mall last night. Don't even try to deny it because Hannah saw you.
I think back to the previous night and sigh.
Chris.
She agreed to meet up to talk over ice cream, and then we'd walked through the mall. At one point, Amelia had grabbed both of our hands, and that must have been what Hannah saw.
"That woman is my best friend, Chris. We've been friends since high school, but I promise you we are just friends."
Chris, you want me to believe your best female friend is named Chris?
Chris with a K. It's short for Christina, but she's always just been Chris to me.
Belle's face remains stoic a moment longer and then breaks into a relieved smile. I knew it was a mistake. They don't think I'm a good judge of character, but when I met you, I knew you were one of the good ones. She steps back and lets me enter. Piper's room is the first one on the left. Good luck. Thanking her, I head toward Piper's door. Belle was tough, but she was just the gatekeeper. Now comes the hard part. I knock on Piper's door. Come in, she calls. I take a deep breath. She'll be expecting Belle, not me, and I have no idea how she will react. Hear me out, I say as I enter. Her face immediately clouds. What do you want? Then she looks beyond me. Did Belle let you in? I'm going to have to talk to that girl. I told her I didn't want to see you.
I know, but once she heard my side of the story, she decided you should too.
She inhales and stares at me, and for a second, I'm afraid she is still going to kick me out. But instead, she sighs, folds her arms across her chest, and lifts an eyebrow. You have 5 minutes.
That's all I need. Let me start with yesterday. Belle told me what Hannah saw, but it's not what you think. That woman was Chris.
Chris, like your best friend, Chris? She asks. The guy?
My best friend, Chris, yes, but I never said she was a guy. I'm sorry, I didn't even think to explain that Chris is spelled with a K because it's short for Christina. And while I know you're going to think I hid that on purpose, I didn't. Chris and I have been friends since high school. We even tried to date once way back then, but we quickly realized we were not a good couple, but we were good friends. She's been a part of my life for over a decade, and that won't change. But I can guarantee there are no romantic feelings there. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you it was Chris's suggestion and not Dave's. The truth is, I take a hesitant step toward her. I've liked you from the moment I met you, but I wasn't confident enough to ask you out. When I finally got the nerve, you were dating Ian, and when you broke up, I didn't want to be that guy who looks like he's swooping in to get a girl when she's feeling emotionally down. I thought if I could get you to spend time with me, then you would see I'm not like Ian, and that we're really good together, and then I could tell you how I feel.
You could have just told me then, she says with an eye roll. I take another step toward her.
Would you have gone out with me if I had?
She pauses for a moment and sighs. No, probably not, but I would have appreciated the honesty.
You're right, and I promise you, if you give me another chance, that from here on out, I will not lie to you, not even lies of omission.
Her arms fall from her chest and she stands. I should have talked to you as well. I know how it feels to be ghosted, and I shouldn't have done that to you. I offer her a crooked smile.
No, you shouldn't have, but I understand why you did.
My feet move me close enough that I could reach out and touch her. So where do we go from here? She asks.
Well, I'd really like to keep this going. In fact, I'd like to make this official. Tell my daughter, tell work, introduce you to Chris.
You would? She is still not convinced, and it breaks my heart that she has such a hard time believing me.
I would.
I move the final step, and then lift her chin so she's looking up at me. Her eyes widen, but she doesn't look away, and I take that as my cue that it's okay to kiss her. Moving slowly in case she changes her mind, I close the few inches between us and place my lips on hers. The kiss is soft at first, and she is stiff, as if she isn't sure what to do. But as I move my hands from her face to her back and pull her closer, she begins to respond. Her arms circle my neck, and then she's pulling me tighter to her.
My heart begins to pound in my chest, and I can hear its drumming beat in my ears. When the rest of my body begins to react, I pull back. "I'm guessing that's agreeable to you?" I ask, as I tuck a strand of hair behind her ears. She looks a little dazed for a second, but then she nods, and her lips pull into a soft smile. "I suppose if you promise never to lie to me again, then I guess I'm willing to give it a try." Good. The alarm on my watch goes off, letting me know it's time to head back to work. "I have to get back, but I'll see you tomorrow."
I think I'm feeling better, so maybe I'll head into work as well."
I pull her close for another quick kiss and then lead the way out of the bedroom.
"Oh, you guys made up,"
Belle says when she sees us.
"I knew you would. See, I told you he was one of the good ones."
Piper looks up at me and squeezes my hand. "For once, I think you might be right." I smile back at her and promise myself that I will never do anything to change her mind on that statement. Chapter 21. Piper. Though Patrick says I have nothing to worry about, I'm still a bundle of nerves as I pull into his driveway. I know how important friends are, and I worry what Patrick will do if Chris doesn't like me. His grin lights up his whole face when he opens the door. "Oh, good, you're here." "Where else would I be?" I ask, confused. "No, I'm just glad you didn't back out. I was a little afraid you might." "I was a little afraid I might too," I say. "But thanks to my handsome friend, I have a bit more confidence now." "You think I'm handsome?" he asks, his eyebrows waggling. "Who said I was talking about you?" I tease back, surprised at how easy it is with Patrick. He glances behind him and then pulls me in for a quick kiss. Though we've told work, tonight is about telling his daughter and meeting Chris, so I understand his concern. As I step into the room, Amelia comes running in, followed by a woman with chestnut hair cut into a bob.
"Hi, Miss Piper."
Amelia smiles widely as she throws her arms around my thighs in a hug. This is her common greeting, and one I never thought I'd enjoy, but there is something about Amelia that you can't help but love. "Hello, little one," I say, giving her shoulders a squeeze back.
"You have to meet my other favorite grown-up,"
Amelia says, pulling back and grabbing my hand. "She already knows me," Patrick says. Amelia rolls her eyes.
"Not you, Daddy. I'm talking about Chris."
Patrick feigns hurt, but Amelia doesn't even notice as she tugs me toward the other woman.
"Miss Piper, this is Chris. She watches me when Daddy can't."
Chris chuckles. "I hope I'm more than just the woman who watches you when Daddy can't." She smiles and sticks out her hand. "Pleased to meet you, Piper." "Likewise," I say as I shake her hand. "I hear it's you I have to thank for the speed dating suggestion." I sneak a teasing glance at Patrick. Though I've forgiven him, it will remain a joke between us for a while. "Guilty," she says. "Though for the record, I told him it was a bad idea to pretend it was Dave's advice." "Okay, enough talk about that. Who's up for a game?" Patrick asks, stepping in.
"Can we play Candyland?"
Amelia asks, bouncing up and down on her toes. "Go get it," Patrick says, and then turns to us. "You guys don't mind, do you?" Chris shakes her head. "Not me. I'm good at Candyland." I shrug. I've never played, but I'm game. When Amelia returns with the game, we settle around the table. Patrick sits on one side of me and Amelia on the other. Chris ends up across from me. "Okay, let me explain how to play," Amelia says, as she takes out the pieces. She is clearly relishing her role as expert. With the rules explained, the play commences and I study the easy dynamic between Patrick, Chris, and Amelia. It is easy to see why the girl is so attached to Chris. Her patience and affection are obvious, but so is the fact that Chris and Patrick are just friends. There's no romantic tension in the air, no sidelong glances, and I feel the last of my tension fade away. Patrick catches my eye and squeezes my hand as if to say, "See, nothing to worry about." I smile and squeeze his hand back. "So, Amelia," Patrick begins, "how would you feel if Miss Piper came around more often?" Amelia smiles up at me.
I wouldn't mind, especially if she plays Candyland with me again.
I think that can be arranged. I draw a card and move my game piece along the winding path. Aw, man, I landed on a sticky spot. Looks like I'm stuck here for a turn.
Too bad,
Amelia says gleefully.
That means I might win.
Chris chuckles. Don't count your candy corns before they're in the bag. I'm catching up to both of you. She moves her blue piece ahead several spaces. What I mean, Em, is that I would like to date Miss Piper. Would that be okay? Patrick asks, trying to return the conversation to his original question. Amelia's face scrunches and she looks at her dad.
Do you mean like she would be my mom?
I cover my mouth to keep from spitting out the water I had just sipped and look to Patrick. Not right away, no. Dating is kind of like a trial for marriage, but she would be around like a mom and do things with us. Amelia purses her lips for a minute and then looks at Chris.
I thought you were going to be my mom. If Dad dates Miss Piper, would you have to go away?
Chris's eyes widen and she places a hand on Amelia's arm. Oh no, honey. A marriage between your dad and I would never work, but I'm still going to be in your life as much as usual. Maybe even more so if your dad and Miss Piper go out.
Oh, well, then I guess it's okay with me.
She turns to me.
I like you, Miss Piper. I just know Chris better.
I nod, surprised at her thoughtfulness. I completely understand, Amelia. With that out of the way, we resume Candyland. And after Amelia wins, she leaves to watch some TV, and the three of us switch to Scrabble. So, what was Patrick like in high school? I ask as I grab letters to fill my board. Chris chuckles and shakes her head. He was a lot like me. In fact, that's how we met. We were in the same math class and we began competing for the highest grade. Then we joined Knowledge Bowl together and it became a competition to see who could answer the most questions. Everything was a competition between us, which is probably why we work better as friends. Patrick nods and turns to me. Remember when I said being two alike isn't always a good thing? I nod and wonder again if that's why Ian and I didn't work out. We were very alike as well, and maybe, just like me, he needed someone to pull him out of his shell. Something I never could have done for him. Though it does not excuse his behavior, it does soften the rejection. Well, I should be going, Chris says, when the Scrabble game ends. Though the two of them did try, Scrabble is my game, and I won easily. It was so good to meet you, Piper, and I'm glad you gave Patrick another chance. He really is one of the good ones. I smile at him. I'm glad I did too. When it's time for me to leave, Patrick escorts me to my car. So what? I say, feigning ignorance. What do you think of Chris? Do you like her? He prods. I let out an exaggerated sigh before playfully punching him in the arm and rolling my eyes. Oh, all right. Yes, I like her. Satisfied now? Patrick grins and wraps his arm around my waist. Very much so. I'm glad you approve. I lean into him, feeling a sense of contentment. For the first time in a long time, I feel like things are falling into place. Though it has only been a couple weeks since Patrick and I started dating, it feels like we have known each other for years. And now, with the blessing of his daughter and the knowledge that there is no competition from Chris, I feel like we can truly move forward. "Good night, Piper," he says, giving me a soft kiss before letting go and stepping back. As I drive home, I can't help but feel a sense of relief that my fears were unfounded. And as I crawl into bed that night, I fall asleep with a smile on my face, looking forward to what the future holds for Patrick and me.
Chapter 22. Piper. I'm still smiling as I enter work on Monday, but my grin is nothing compared to Patrick's as he stands at our desks. He's not literally bouncing on his toes like his daughter does, but it's close. There's a definite excited energy radiating around him. "What's going on?" I ask, looking around. Is someone going to jump out and surprise me? It's not my birthday or any anniversary that I know of, but something must be happening for him to be smiling like a loon. "Why do you look like the Cheshire Cat?"
"Did you check your email yet?"
I shake my head. Usually I check my email religiously, even on weekends. But this weekend, I decided not to focus on work and spent the time reading, hanging with my roommates, and daydreaming about Patrick.
"There's another management position open."
He reaches out and grabs my hands.
"This is it, Piper. It's your time to shine."
"What? Already?" This is nearly unheard of at our company. Unlike a lot of places, people don't really use our company as some sort of springboard to another job. So when they receive a management position, they tend to stay here for quite a while. In fact, the last position had only opened because they created a new department. Is it something I'm qualified for? Though I could do a lot of the jobs here, an opening in HR or finance wouldn't really be up my alley. He grins and nods again.
"It's in programming."
Programming is definitely up my alley, and I sink into my chair as the old nerves hit. Do you think I'm ready? What if I go and they tell me I'm still not good with people? I don't think I could take the humiliation again. He pulls his chair closer and sits down, grabbing my hands again.
"You're ready, Piper. Just look at all you've done. You spoke with total strangers at a speed dating event. You hung out and conversed with my friends on a game night. You stepped way out of your comfort zone to do a tough mutter. You stood up to Ian, and you stole the heart of a 5-year-old girl. The old Piper couldn't have done any of that."
He's right, and I know it, but it doesn't stop my nerves from bundling in my stomach. When do I need to submit my name?
"You don't have to. They've already decided who they want to interview, and your name is on the list."
A brief feeling of relief fills me, because if my name is on the list, then it means I've already made the initial cut. But then I pause. Wait, how do you know my name is on the list? I thought you said it came through email. A sheepish expression crosses Patrick's features, and for a minute, I think he's going to tell me that he read my email. What he says, though, is even worse.
"I know because I'm on the list, too."
What? I can't compete against you, Patrick. You have a kid, and you're just as competent as I am. You've been here nearly as long.
"You can compete against me, and you will. Yes, I have a kid, but I'm doing okay financially. My ex-wife didn't want to be a mother, but she did want to make sure her child was taken care of, and she sends a check every month. Besides, maybe there's more than one position. Maybe they're creating another new department. Maybe they're planning on hiring more than one of us.
I shake my head. That's not the way it works here, Patrick, and you know it.
No, that's not the way it has worked. But I'm not management, and neither are you. Maybe they changed the way they're doing things. Even if not, you are still going to go up there and kill your interview. I could never live with myself if I got the job simply because you didn't show them how amazing you are. If I'm gonna get it, I want it fair and square.
I let out a small chuckle. This is how you were in high school, wasn't it? He grins and squeezes my hands.
Absolutely. The interviews start at 9, so how about we grab a cup of coffee before they start?
No coffee. I already had a cup this morning, and I know my stomach can't handle another one. But I'll take some tea.
Okay then.
He leads the way to our small cafe and orders a coffee for himself, a green tea for me, and 2 pastries. Though I'm not really hungry, I eat the pastry because the last thing I want is my stomach growling in the interview. Although, last time I was so far away from them, I don't think they would have heard it anyway. When our food and drinks are gone, we head back to the office area, and I take a minute to check my email. There it is, the email from the bosses, asking me to report for an interview today at 9 a.m. Patrick is indeed on the list as well, along with 3 other people that I know only by name. I wish I had seen it last night, as I would have dressed a little nicer, but I did happen to choose a nice skirt and a blouse today.
You ready? Patrick asks, touching my shoulder.
The clock on the computer reads 10 till 9, but it will take us a few minutes to get upstairs, and we want to be early. I take a deep breath and nod. I don't know if I'll ever feel completely ready, but thanks to Patrick, I do feel more confident than I did last time. Together, we head to the elevator, and Patrick pushes the button for the appropriate floor.
You've got this,
he says to me just before the doors open. I've got this, I agree softly, as we step out, and I keep repeating the words in my head as we head towards the office. Alabaster skin receptionist glances up as we enter. She still looks immaculate in her pearl-colored shirt, but this time I notice that her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Maybe she's put together on the outside, but something is clearly missing on the inside. This is something I didn't, or wouldn't, have noticed last time. Have a seat over there, she says, pointing to the chairs. They'll call you in when they're ready. Patrick and I join the other 2 people already waiting. Neither of them work in our direct department, so I'm curious as to why they're interviewing for a programming position. Rachel, they're ready for you, the secretary says, and the brunette across from me stands up. She's dressed nicer than I am, but I watch as her hands brush down her skirt multiple times as she walks to the door. A nervous gesture. All this time I had thought I was the only one who suffered from intense nerves, but now I can see that I'm not alone. Even next to me, Patrick's leg is bouncing out a speedy rhythm. I force myself to take deep breaths and visualize the interview. Though I never did officially go to Dave's group, once Patrick and I started dating, he gave me a few pointers over dinner one night, and this one is the one I found helped the most. I pictured the people from last time, knowing they won't be as intimidating this time, as I've been in front of them before. Then I picture the perfect outcome, them offering me the job. But I have a harder time with this. Possibly it's because there's still a little doubt that I'm qualified, but I wonder if it has more to do with Patrick. He doesn't want me to throw the interview, but can I really take the job and leave him back in our department? Piper, they're ready for you. At the sound of my name, I glance up. Rachel is finished already? How much time has passed? A quick glance at my watch shows only 5 minutes. Her interview was that short? I have no idea if that's a good thing or bad. Patrick gives my arm a squeeze and flashes an encouraging smile as I stand and make my way to the door. I can do this. I won't disappoint him. As I step into the familiar room, I realize I'm not as nervous. Whether it's my confidence or the fact that I've been here before, I'm not sure. But as I take my seat, I don't worry that my leg will be shaking. "Welcome back, Piper," the woman says. She still looks severe with her hair pulled back into a tight bun, but there's a small upturn to her lips. A ghost of a smile, perhaps? "Thank you. I'm happy to be back." They run through the basic questions that we did last time. And though my answers are similar, I know my voice is more confident this time. I can tell they notice it too, as they glance surreptitiously at each other.
"Were you surprised that another job opened so quickly?" one of the men asks. Though I don't know his name, I consider him the nicer one. At least he manages to smile. "I was. Positions don't seem to open here often, but I'm thankful this one did." "Well, it's technically the same position," the man continues. "The person we hired last time didn't work out, and we are replacing them. However, we've decided that we would like to grow this department, and therefore we are looking for a team to lead it instead of an individual person. HR has informed us that you and Patrick Stepp are involved in a romantic relationship, which normally would disqualify the two of you from working together. However, we've also been informed by the people in your current department that the two of you work well together, and there has never been an issue. I suppose my question is this: if we pair the two of you up, can you guarantee us that the environment will always remain professional, and that you can keep your personal life separate from your work life?"
I am speechless for a moment as I take his words in. They want to promote both Patrick and me? This is fantastic news. But can we do what he's asking? It hasn't been an issue so far, but we haven't had many arguments either. Will we be able to remain professional if we do? Though I cannot predict the future, sir, I can tell you that Patrick and I do indeed work well together. We have already had a miscommunication in our relationship, and we were able to work through it outside of work. While I want to say that it will always remain that way, I would be remiss if I did, because we are both human and are bound to make mistakes. What I can promise you, though, is that if we come to a point where we feel it will influence our work, one or both of us will come to you first to present solutions. I have no idea if this is the right answer, but the man nods. He glances to the other two and lifts his eyebrows as if asking if they have any other questions. But they both shake their heads.
"Very well. We thank you for your honesty, and we'll let you know our decision."
Thank you. I can't help but feel disappointed as I leave the room. It's not the flat-out no they gave me last time, but it wasn't a yes either. Though I try not to second-guess myself, I can't help but wonder if I should have just lied and said our relationship would never be an issue. I guess only time will tell.
"How was it?"
Patrick asks as I exit. But before I can answer, the receptionist states it's his turn.
"I'll meet you back downstairs when I'm done,"
he says, and then he disappears into the room. I head back to my desk, wondering if there's any more I could have done. Chapter 23. Piper. I can't believe my friends have done this, although it shouldn't come as a surprise. They never do anything small.
All this for a promotion? Piper asks me softly as he looks around the room.
I nod. You should see what they do for birthdays.
Can they do my birthday?
Amelia asks as she takes everything in with wide eyes. We're in Charlie's gym, but you would barely know it from the way they've transformed the room. It's the room where they normally hold classes, so it doesn't typically have furniture. But tonight it houses a few tables, one filled with food, as well as a myriad of balloons and streamers. Those were probably Belle's idea, but I'm surprised Charlie let her hang them.
I bet they would,
I say to Amelia with a smile. I'd already been planning to ask Patrick if we could throw her a big party, but I hadn't had the chance yet. We've been swamped the last week moving all our stuff to our new office upstairs. We have to share it, but it's a big room, and we don't mind sharing the space. We're used to working close together and excited for the new adventure this holds.
So cool!
Hannah spots us from across the room and hurries over.
Congratulations, you two. How are you liking the new job? Or is it jobs?
I smile up at Patrick and squeeze his hand.
It's great. Aw, you guys are too cute. Well, there's punch and goodies at that table,
she says, pointing to the table that Belle stands behind.
Feel free to grab some and mingle. Everyone is here for the two of you.
I didn't think that Patrick and I knew that many people, but the girls not only invited a few friends from the apartment complex, Patrick's friend Chris, his brother Dave and his family, his friends from game night, and several people from our company as well. There have to be at least 30 people packed in the small room. Amelia tugs on Patrick's arm.
Can we get a cookie or some cake, Daddy?
Lead the way, he says with a smile.
What do you think? Doesn't it look amazing?
Belle asks when we reach the table. She's standing on the other side, ready to cut cake or dish out punch.
It does.
It's more than we needed, but I would never say that to Belle because it would crush her.
When did you have time to do this, and how did you convince Charlie?
She shrugs.
I left my salon job early to come and decorate, and Charlie was the easy one. It was her new boss, Zane, who was the tough sell. I had to promise to do some social media posts for the gym as free advertising. Not that I mind, really. Social media is my thing.
She flips her hair over her shoulder and smiles. Zane. I haven't met this new boss, but Charlie has mentioned him a few times. Evidently, he's not the nicest or easiest person to work for.
Can I have a slice of cake and a cookie?
Amelia asks, and Belle smiles at her before glancing at Patrick for confirmation. Patrick nods.
Okay, but only because it's a special occasion. And make them small, please. I don't need this girl up all night.
You got it.
Belle dishes out a small slice of cake and a cookie to Amelia, and Patrick and I each take a small slice of cake as well. We wander over to one of the other tables that's devoid of food and sit down to eat.
I can't believe they did this, Patrick says before taking a bite of the cake.
Believe it, my friends never do anything halfway.
What is the meaning of this?
The room falls silent, and I turn to see who the owner of the angry voice is, but he's someone I don't recognize. As Belle and Charlie hurry over to him, though, I realize this must be Zane. Charlie always says exercise helps you relax, but this guy, though in shape, clearly does not get that benefit.
You agreed to let us host a small party in here,
Charlie says, her voice softer than I've ever heard it.
Yes, small, like 5 to 10 people, not nearing 50, and I never agreed to food.
Don't worry, we'll clean up any messes,
Belle says. You bet you will. You have 1 hour, and then I expect the guests to vacate and the cleaning to begin. He turns and marches out the door. Charlie approaches our table, a look of chagrin etched on her face. I'm so sorry about that. I should never have let Belle talk me into this. No need to apologize, I say. He's clearly the one with an issue, not you. Thanks. I hope you still have fun, even though it's been cut short. Don't worry, we will. Patrick smiles at Charlie, then grins at me and squeezes my hand. He is an amazing boyfriend, and I'm so glad to be celebrating with him, but I can't help wondering about Charlie as she walks away. I've never seen her so dejected, and I'm determined to help her find her optimism again. I don't know how exactly, but I will find out. After all, that's what friends are for. The end. Want to know if Charlie can help her grumpy boss? Be sure to pre-order Fighting for Love.